At the moment the warship entered the Boundary Sea, everyone received the news from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. From this moment on, all the prepared goods, including spiritual food, magic weapons, materials, and other rare items, will be available. However, there are also a lot of restrictions if you want to buy. The specific restrictions can be checked on the 4th floor. The Hurricane warship is a structure of 4 on the top and 3 on the bottom. Above the 4th floor is the roof. No one has ever been on the roof. The roof was closed before and was only opened at this moment. Lin Moyu activated the Twilight Stone and went to the roof. There were many people on the roof, but the roof was large enough to accommodate them. On the roof, you can see a layer of transparent light curtain covering the entire warship. Not far ahead, there are dark clouds belonging to the Boundary Sea. The sea water is rapidly getting deeper. When it reaches the range covered by the dark clouds, the sea water looks black. The sea water is naturally not black, it just looks black. 240 Whether it is the origin of the sun or the origin of the moon, their light has been greatly weakened after passing through the dark clouds. Lin Moyu found that many people were seeing the Boundary Sea for the first time, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Lin Moyu, who came out of the Boundary Sea, had no feeling about this. He knew that in 2 days, when he really went deep into the Boundary Sea, if the flight route was suitable, he might be able to see the Boundary Sea worlds one by one. As the warship gradually went deeper into the Boundary Sea, the light curtain covering the outside of the warship was also deforming, and it seemed to be under a lot of pressure. The speed of the warship began to slow down, and in the end, the speed of the warship was only equivalent to that of an ordinary Tianzuan. It would take a lot of time to cross the Boundary Sea at this speed. More and more people came to the 4th floor. After waiting for about half an hour, a light lit up from the top of the ship. Then, a large light curtain rose, and the light curtain contained information about countless items. Everyone could view the content, which stated the level, function, price, and purchase conditions of the items. All the items that could appear here were top quality and extremely rare. Good things that met these two conditions at the same time would naturally not be easily sold by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. It would set various conditions to increase the value of the items. Lin Moyu also looked at the information on the item, looking for what he needed. Divine Light Wood, extremely rare natural Dao Zun realm. After recognizing the master, wearing it, the whole body can be covered with divine light, which can prevent the prying of Dao Zun below the 7th realm. Starting price, 10,000 fine origin crystals. Selling requirements, consumption exceeds 10,000 ordinary origin crystals. When there is no explanation, the price is calculated based on the 3rd level origin crystals, only divided into fine and ordinary. 10,000 3rd level fine origin crystals is only the starting price, not the final price. Obviously, this thing still needs to be bid with others to be possible. The condition for wanting to buy it is that you have consumed more than 10,000 ordinary origin crystals on the ship before. Whether you eat a lot on the 3rd floor or buy a lot on the 4th floor, it can be counted. If you have not consumed it before, I'm sorry, you are not eligible to buy this thing. But it doesn't matter, you can consume it now and you will be eligible. Some people do this, they don't spend much money before, and they will spend money when they see what they need. Those who do this are obviously veterans, who have taken the Hurricane warship more than once and are quite familiar with the rules on the ship. Lin Moyu did not ask about the starting price, but someone else had already asked. The person in charge of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce finally arrived, the 5th uncle who took everyone on board before, and Lu Fengyuan was still with him. The 5th uncle said loudly, "Everyone, please be patient, I will tell you the purchase rules. For all items, each round of sales is 12 hours. The items rotate every 12 hours, and each time they rotate, a new batch of items will be updated. If no one buys the items that appeared this time, whether they will appear again next time depends on luck. After the sale begins, all eligible guests can bid for the items they like. However, each guest has only one chance to bid for each item, so I hope you will cherish it. You can also rest assured that no matter who bids or how much, we will keep it confidential and it will never be known to others. But before the sale starts, there is a rule that needs to be made clear. If you bid and buy the goods, but cannot redeem them in the end, then I'm sorry, we will also have corresponding penalties. So everyone cherish the opportunity and don't bid maliciously. Uncle Wu explained the rules in great detail, and anyone who is not a fool can understand them. Lin Moyu pondered the meaning behind the rules. The rules are actually very simple and rough. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce set the basic requirements and the reserve price, and then let everyone bid by themselves. The key to the problem is that everyone has only one chance to bid, and they don't know how much others bid. This leads to a problem. If you really want this thing, you must bid as high as possible. If the price you bid is not high enough, it may end up in someone else's hands. And in the next round, there is a high probability that the same thing will not appear again. The things here are extremely rare. Once you miss it, you don't know when you will get it again next time. Of course, there are also people who want to pick up the leak, so they offer a starting price. What if no one wants to buy it? In Lin Moyu's view, this way of buying is more of a psychological game, which will be an invisible battle. If you are rich, you can also give a high price directly. Anyway, money can't buy happiness. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can make a lot of money from it. Lin Moyu thought to himself, the person who can think of this method is really a genius. Compared to the auction, this format may not earn every penny, but it will not cause conflicts, and it may earn more if it is not done well. The sale finally began, and Lin Moyu came directly to the Godlight Wood and used the consciousness communication array to bid. The starting price of the Godlight Wood is 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Lin Moyu thought about it and directly bid up to 20,000. Originally, he wanted to bid 50,000, but thought that it would be too conspicuous. Even if he was rich, he couldn't do it. 20,000 is already high enough. After all, the role of the Godlight Wood is only auxiliary and cannot be used in combat. In the eyes of many people, its value is far less than other magic weapons of the same level. Then Lin Moyu looked at them one by one. Everything here is fine. Unfortunately, no spiritual materials were found. There are only a few auxiliary materials for cultivation. Lin Moyu casually offered a price. As for whether it succeeds or not, it is not considered heavy 3.1 degrees. Calculating the time, the effect time of the Twilight Stone is about to end, and the Tying origin is about to appear. Lin Moyu turned and left. In a room on the lower deck of the warship, Uncle Wu and Lu Fengyuan were staring at the screen projected by the formation, which showed the situation on the top of the ship. Lu Fengyuan suddenly said, "He's gone." At this time, Lu Fengyuan paid close attention to Lin Moyu's every move. Uncle Wu nodded, "See what he bought." He called up the things Lin Moyu bought and couldn't help laughing. The Divine Light Wood, it seems that he hates others snooping on him. Lu Fengyuan saw Lin Moyu's bid, the Divine Light Wood is his. Uncle Wu also nodded, indeed, no one should bid higher than him. Lin Moyu bid 20,000, while people who also wanted to buy the Divine Light would bid less than 15,000, a huge difference. Lin Moyu returned to the room and waited quietly. He was not worried. He believed that no one would bid higher than him. The Divine Light Wood was not very useful to most people, and its value would not be too high. Unless someone went crazy, such an accident would happen. Sure enough, not long after the first round of sales, someone had delivered the goods to the door. It was just when the power of Tying was in power. The Tying talisman shone brightly at the center of Lin Moyu's eyebrows. He took out the red scarf and put it on. The red scarf flashed a hint of burning, and the Tying talisman was quickly covered. After using the red scarf, Mo Moyu exclaimed softly. After the red scarf took effect, it disappeared together with the Tying talisman. He could sense its existence, but he could not see it. It's good this way. It saves the embarrassment, otherwise it would be a bit weird for a grown man to wear a red scarf. I guess Hanyu didn't expect that the red scarf can also hide the effect of the body, otherwise he wouldn't ask me to wear it. Lin Moyu opened the door and saw that the deliverer man was Lu 07 Feng Yuan and couldn't help laughing. Why did Lu Daoyu deliver the goods in person? Lu Feng Yuan smiled. Of course I came for Lin Daoyu. Feng Yuan won't deliver other people's goods. He was straightforward and made it clear that he was giving Lin Moyu face. Lin Moyu welcomed Lu Feng Yuan into the room. I also happen to have something to ask Lu Daoyu. Lu Feng Yuan's eyes showed a hint of joy. Lin Daoyu, please tell me, as long as Feng Yuan can help, I will not refuse. He wanted to get closer to Lin Moyu, and now that Lin Moyu has something to ask, it is naturally the best thing. Lin Moyu said, I want to buy spiritual materials, not limited to the type, only the realm. Those above the Tianzuan realm are all okay. Daozuan realm is the best. After Lu Feng Yuan thought for a moment, he said cautiously, to be honest with you, although I am also a direct descendant of the Lu family, the rules in the Chamber of Commerce are very strict. Lin Moyu knew what Lu Feng Yuan meant as soon as he heard it, and said with a smile, no problem, I will go and see it myself. Lu Feng Yuan hurriedly explained, you misunderstood, it's not that Feng Yuan can't tell, but even I don't know if there are any spiritual materials in the goods this time. Lin Moyu was speechless. He didn't expect that the rules of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would be so strict. Lu Feng Yuan thought about it. Why not do this? Every time the goods are renewed, if there are spiritual materials, Feng Yuan will notify you as soon as possible. Anyway, every time the goods are renewed, it takes 12 hours, and it won't be too late for you to bid after you get the news. Lu Feng Yuan's method is already very good, so that he doesn't have to go and see every time, and he doesn't waste time, nor does he worry about missing it. Lin Moyu said politely, will it be too much trouble for you, Lu Daoist? Lu Feng Yuan shook his head, fellow Daoist Lin, you are too serious. It's just a small matter, why bother? Lin Moyu smiled, then I, Lin, will be thick-skinned and trouble Lu Shofar. After the two completed the transaction, they chatted for a few more words before Lu Feng Yuan left. Lin Moyu could feel that Lu Feng Yuan was a little deliberate, as if he wanted to make friends with him. There is nothing wrong with being so deliberate. Everyone has their own goals. As long as they don't hurt others in the process of achieving their goals and treat others sincerely, there is nothing wrong with it. Just like Lu Fengyao, who also wanted to make friends with him at that time, but after several contacts, both of them treated others sincerely and became good friends. After Lu Fengyuan left, Lin Moyu took off the red scarf and put it aside casually. The power of the sun's origin in the red scarf is limited. Once it is used up, it will lose its effect. It is better to use it as little as possible. In just a short while, the solar essence inside has been reduced by almost 1/5. Lin Moyu calculated the time and found that the red scarf can still be used for about 4 hours in total. 4 hours is a short time, so it needs to be used carefully. It seems that we need to find a way to replenish the solar essence for the red scarf. If we can't find a suitable method, the solar essence will be exhausted. At least before Lin Moyu reaches the Daozuan, the red silk power is still very useful. Lin Moyu began to check the things he bought this time, 2 things to assist in cultivation, both of which are spiritual food. After eating, they can temporarily remind the speed of understanding the laws of the Tao. The effect varies from person to person, and can be increased by up to 50%, which is much better than the spiritual food he bought before. For Lin Moyu, it is also a help. In addition to the 2 spiritual foods, the most important thing is the Xingguang bed. This time, Lin Moyu spent a total of 26,000 third-level fine origin crystals, of which 20,000 were spent on the Xingguang wood. Lin Moyu studied the Xingguang wood and tested its effect. Compared with the divine light wood, the twilight stone immediately lost its luster, but at least it played a role once, so it was not a loss. Lu Fengyuan came back and handed the origin crystals paid by Lin Moyu to his 5th uncle. There were 2 7th-level and 6 6th-level origin crystals in total. The high-level origin crystals of the boutique grade exuded a powerful aura, which was completely different from ordinary origin crystals. The 5th uncle was a little surprised. He actually paid with high-level origin crystals. Lu Fengyuan's face was a little strange. I was also surprised at the time, and I had a hard time holding it back. I also told him that it was not cost-effective to pay like this, but he obviously didn't care. The fifth uncle said, "It seems that he is really rich. I guess he had some adventure. It's rare to see such a wealthy Tianzuan." He looked at Lu Fengyuan with a smile. "Even if it's you, you don't have such a fortune." Lu Fengyuan said, "Don't talk about me. Even my sister couldn't be so rich when she was a Tianzuan. No, even my sister now can't be so rich. Do you know what else he wants to buy?" Uncle Wu showed interest. "From your appearance, it seems that what he wants to buy is very expensive." Lu Fengyuan sighed. "He wants to buy 210 spiritual materials, and spiritual materials above the Tianzuan realm, preferably the Daozuan realm. Spiritual materials are very rare and extremely expensive, more expensive than magic weapons of the same realm. If spiritual materials are used in magic weapons, this magic weapon can almost 100% give birth to a weapon spirit, and the level of the magic weapon can also be raised by 1 or 2 levels. If spiritual materials of the corresponding level are added to a magic weapon of the Daozuan realm, this magic weapon is very likely to be promoted to the Daozuan realm of the second or even the third realm and can also give birth to a spirit. Magic weapons with weapon spirits and without weapon spirits are simply not the same. In addition to refining magic weapons, spiritual materials have some other functions, such as cultivating the origin of spiritual veins. It is extremely rare in itself, coupled with a very important role, resulting in an extremely shocking price for spiritual materials. Even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce only has a handful of spiritual materials traded each year. Uncle Wu's eyes sparkled slightly. "It seems that he is much richer than we thought. I even suspect that he has obtained a high-level origin spiritual vein, otherwise how could there be so many high-level origin crystals?" Lu Fengyuan said, "Uncle Wu is joking. High-level origin spiritual veins are so rare. As long as high-level origin spiritual veins appear in Nanzhou, how could we not know about them?" Uncle Wu laughed. "What if his high-level origin spiritual veins are not obtained from Nanzhou? Don't forget where he comes from." Lu Fengyuan was shocked and exclaimed, "Boundary Sea. As far as they know, the origin spiritual veins in Nanzhou have long been divided up. Occasionally, there may be low-level origin spiritual veins discovered, but high-level origin spiritual veins are definitely gone. But the Boundary Sea is different. The Boundary Sea is like an undeveloped area, and the Boundary Sea is much larger than the continents. It is normal for 1 or 2 high-level origin spiritual veins to appear in the Boundary Sea." When Lu Fengyao came back, he talked a lot about Lin Moyu. They all knew that Lin Moyu had won the favor of the King of the Boundary Sea. It is not impossible for the King of the Boundary Sea to give Lin Moyu a high-level origin spiritual vein. Only in this way can Lin Moyu have so many origin crystals. The two thought so, and the logic formed a perfect closed loop. If Lin Moyu knew that the two thought so about him, he would probably laugh in his sleep. Lin Moyu thoroughly studied the Xingguang wood, then ate some spiritual food, and began to practice with the help of spiritual food. Although the auxiliary effect of spiritual food is not strong, it can be used for a long time. One spiritual food is enough for Lin Moyu to eat many times, each time for several hours, and the added effect is not small. After practicing for a while, the sun origin finally appeared again, and the origin power converted by the formation contained a trace of candle heat from the sun origin. As the son of Taiyin, he is closer to the Taiyin origin. The speed of practicing under the Taiyin origin is much faster than that of the sun origin. Lin Moyu suddenly saw the red scarf, which was glowing slightly. He felt that the sun origin consumed in the red scarf had been fully replenished. After searching everywhere for something, it is easy to find it. I never thought that the formation and the warship could replenish the power of the red silk coins. Lin Moyu had the idea of controlling this formation in his heart. But he knew it was difficult, but he could try it and see if it worked. Lin Moyu put away the red silk scarf that had been replenished with power and left the room again. He went to the top of the warship, and a new round of goods had appeared. A small part of the goods in the previous round were bought, and most of them were not bid for. No one knew whether it would appear again in this voyage, not even Lu Fengyuan. The prices of goods here are not cheap. The cheapest one costs 1,000 third-level fine origin crystals. For many people, this is not a small amount. So everyone will not buy randomly, only buy the right ones, not the expensive ones. Lin Moyu used the divine light wood to hide his aura, including realm, bone age, appearance, etc. In the eyes of others, his whole body was covered by a layer of faint light. They only knew that he was a person, but didn't know who he was at all. Lin Moyu walked past the merchandise one by one. He didn't like any of the merchandise this time, so he turned around and returned to his room to continue practicing. In the following days, the merchandise was updated and replaced in rounds, and Lin Moyu would almost always go to take a look and buy if he needed it. But most of the time, he just looked. Lin Moyu had high standards, and ordinary things were not worth his attention at all. In the past few days, Lu Fengyuan came twice, and each time he met with Lin Moyu before leaving. From him, Lin Moyu learned that the merchandise for sale would be better after the journey was halfway through. Once spiritual materials appeared, he would tell Lin Moyu as soon as possible. Dark clouds covered the boundary sea, and the whole world became dim. The hurricane warship flashed with a faint light, like a star flying under the dark clouds, at a very fast speed. There was always a constant flow of people on the top of the warship, and it was extremely lively. According to the current flight speed, the hurricane warship will take 60 days to cross the boundary sea and expand the easternmost part of Dongzhou. The warship will then continue to fly in Dongzhou for 10 days, passing through 6 cities controlled by the human race, and then start the return journey. Today is the 20th day of entering the boundary sea. We have already entered the boundary sea. The dark clouds are getting thicker and thicker, accompanied by lightning and thunder from time to time, illuminating the boundary sea. Along the way, everyone saw many magnificent scenes. Waterspouts rose in the boundary sea. Tens of thousands of waterspouts were densely packed, connecting the sky and the earth, and Mosher took off and spun fast. Countless big fish flew out of the boundary sea and rushed into the dark clouds with the waterspouts. They tried to leave the boundary sea and rush into the sky. This phenomenon is called fish leaping into the sky. There is a legend that if the fish in the boundary sea can rush above the dark clouds, they can evolve spiritual wisdom and turn into dragons. Of course, this is just a rumor, and no one has ever verified it. No one knows how thick the dark clouds above the boundary sea are. Anyway, those who go in basically never come back. Once a strong man in the 6th realm of Daozuan went to explore the depths of the dark clouds, and he also disappeared. From then on, the dark clouds in the sea became a restricted area. Under normal circumstances, no one would touch them. Many people stood on the warship, looking at the dark clouds, as if they wanted to see what was in the dark clouds. Suddenly someone pointed to the depths of the dark clouds. "Look, there is something falling from the dark clouds." A loud roar broke the calm on the top of the ship and attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked up at the dark clouds. Electric snakes were flying in the dark clouds. At the moment when the electric snakes lit up, it seemed that a huge monster was moving through the dark clouds. "What is that? It looks like a dragon." "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not a dragon. It's just a python at most. Be careful that the Dragon Clan will come to settle accounts with you." Indeed, it should be a python, or a dragon. The huge figure shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. Because of the dark clouds, everyone couldn't see its true appearance. From a distance, it looked like a python, and also like a dragon. It was extremely huge, and it didn't seem to be much different from the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship was moving forward rapidly, but its speed was not slow either, and it was on par with the hurricane warship. Lin Moyu, who was practicing, felt something strange, and his keen spiritual sense told him that something happened outside. He came to the balcony and saw the huge monster flying in the dark clouds. It's the brilliant star python. Lin Moyu was shocked and showed a little horror. The brilliant star python actually appeared. What is it going to do? Lin Moyu's understanding of the Boundary Sea is far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Jishui Tianzuan talked to him a lot about the Boundary Sea. The dark clouds that almost covered the entire Boundary Sea are a special existence. This dark cloud is like another world. Like the Boundary Sea, it also has many strange birthdays. It's just that these creatures will not appear under normal circumstances, let alone leave the dark clouds. Among the many creatures living in the dark clouds, the brilliant star python is one of them. They occasionally leave the dark clouds and rush into the Boundary Sea to find food. The fish in the Boundary Sea are their food. In addition, the brilliant star python will also attack the human race passing by. There have been records of brilliant star python attacking the world of the Sea of Boundaries, but the probability is extremely low. The most important thing is that the brilliant star python is a social creature. If there is one, there will definitely not be only one. Is the brilliant star python here for the hurricane warship? Could it be that there is something in the hurricane warship that the brilliant star python likes? What could it be? Lin Moyu believes that the brilliant star python will not appear here for no reason. The biggest possibility is that there is something in the hurricane warship that it is interested in. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, a large number of brilliant star pythons appeared in the dark clouds. The next second, the star python rushed towards the hurricane warship. There are big and small brilliant star pythons. The small ones are about 10,000 meters long, while the big ones can reach 30,000 meters or even 50,000 meters. Even the brilliant star python hidden in the dark clouds is nearly 100,000 meters long, almost as long as the hurricane warship. With its roar, accompanied by countless lightning, a large number of brilliant star pythons rushed towards the hurricane warship. There are a lot of star-like marks on the surface of the brilliant star python, which will sparkle and shine once it moves. When the brilliant star python approaches, it is like a bright starry sky coming towards you, which is very spectacular. However, while it is spectacular, it also brings horrible death. The power of the brilliant star python is very strong. They can control the thunder in the dark clouds. These thunders are not ordinary thunders, and they contain the power to corrode objects. Countless brilliant star pythons came over, carrying a lot of thunder and bombarding the warship. The light curtain of the warship was constantly deformed by the bombardment, and it was difficult to maintain the previous shape, as if it would break at any time. The faces of the practitioners on the top of the ship changed drastically, and even some of the original courtyard appeared. At this moment, even the Dao Zun felt a sense of fear. The weakest of these brilliant star pythons were all Dao Zun realm. The strongest one had surpassed the 3 Dao Zun realms, and their number was astonishing. If the formation of the hurricane warship was broken, the people on the ship would probably have difficulty surviving in this busy sea. Formation activated. As everyone panicked, a loud shout resounded through the world. The warship suddenly lit up, and countless formations emerged. Many formations that had not been activated before were all activated at this moment. The formations appeared outside the warship. Between heaven and earth, the majestic and ownerless source power was absorbed by the formation, quickly refined, and transformed into source power that the formation could use. The formations of the entire warship were all activated, and the defense power increased significantly and quickly stabilized. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Yes, it's this formation. Unexpectedly, the formation that he was trying to obtain before was now revealed in front of him without reservation. The formations on the hurricane warship are very complicated, with one formation inside another. With Lin Moyu's current attainments and formations, he can't analyze them at all. Not to mention him, even a formation master like Lu Fengqing can't analyze all the formations on the hurricane warship. However, Lin Moyu doesn't need to analyze the complex formations in the hurricane warship. He just needs to figure out the formation that can refine the origin. The function of this formation is to absorb and refine the power of the origin, purify and quench it, and finally supply it to other formations for driving. There is not only one in the entire warship, but many. It is precisely because of their existence that the warship has almost inexhaustible power of the origin. Lin Moyu doesn't care about the Tsanqing Python at all at this moment. He only has the formation in his eyes. As long as he can master this formation, it will have unimaginable benefits for his future. His spirit is unprecedentedly concentrated, and his soul power is driven to the extreme to imprint this formation into his mind and integrate it into his soul. However, this formation is nested with other formations, and there are too many interferences. It is too difficult to understand it. Unconsciously, the Tying origin appeared, and the Tying talisman appeared between Lin Moyu's eyebrows. Fortunately, everyone's attention is now attracted by the Tsanqing Python, and no one cares about Lin Moyu at all. Under the illumination of the Tying origin, all of Lin Moyu's abilities are enhanced by 30%, and his luck is also enhanced by 30%. In an instant, the formation that was not very clear at first seemed to become a little clearer. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he said to Xiao Wu in the world of rules, "Xiao Wu, I want luck." Xiao Wu, who was playing, did not say anything and directly used the avenue of luck. "Master, you are going to have great luck." The luck between heaven and earth seemed to have heard Xiao Wu's order and fell on Lin Moyu like a waterfall, and Lin Moyu's luck suddenly boiled wildly. For a while, there were waves of dragon roars in his ears, and the luck turned into golden red in Lin Moyu's eyes, entering a state of great luck. In this state, Lin Moyu almost got what he wanted, and everything was different from before. The formation in front of him changed again, various useless information was eliminated, and a separate formation gradually took shape in Lin Moyu's mind. When Lin Moyu greedily learned the formation, the Tsanqing Python finally collided with the Hurricane warship. The Tsanqing Python's countless star-like patterns shone, and the Tsanqing Python turned into a sea of stars and directly hit the Hurricane warship. The Hurricane warship shook violently, as if it was hit head-on by a real star. The formation that had just stabilized was distorted again. One after another, the brilliant star pythons, carrying unimaginable power, continuously hit the warships. Impact is their most powerful means of attack. The star patterns on the brilliant star pythons are connected into one piece, forming a layer of armor that is stronger than scales. The impact is powerful. The Hurricane warship shook continuously during the collision. The formations on the surface of the warship have been fully activated. At this moment, the warship is like a big light, extremely bright. Lu Fengyuan and his fifth uncle came to the bow. The two did not panic at all, especially the fifth uncle, who seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. Lu Fengyuan smiled and said, "Fifth uncle, it is really as the ancestor predicted. The star python is really coming, one." The fifth uncle smiled and said, "Could the ancestor's words be wrong?" Lu Fengyuan said, "When does the fifth uncle plan to take action?" The fifth uncle said, "Wait a little longer, the biggest one has not come yet." He held a square formation plate in his hand. As he manipulated the formation plate, the formation of the warship was strengthened again and quickly stabilized. The formation of the Hurricane battleship seemed endless. No matter how the Tsanqing Python attacked, I would remain unmoved. The Tsanqing Python was tireless, constantly hitting the Hurricane battleship with its huge body, but the Hurricane battleship continued to do its own thing and was not affected at all. The only impact was that the forward speed of the Hurricane battleship slowed down. Uncle Wu manipulated the formation again, and the Hurricane battleship, which had already slowed down, began to speed up again. While manipulating the array, Uncle Wu looked at the strongest brilliant star python hidden in the dark clouds. It's time to encourage it. Sure enough, not long after the warship accelerated, the largest brilliant star python in the dark clouds moved. It rushed towards the Hurricane battleship with boundless thunder. Its power was much stronger than other brilliant star pythons. According to the realm of the cultivator, it is infinitely close to the sixth realm of Dao Zun. If its extremely powerful defense is taken into account, it is comparable to the sixth realm of Dao Zun. Uncle Wu laughed softly. It's finally here. He pressed one hand on the array, waiting for the giant brilliant star python to approach less than a kilometer. Uncle Wu's eyes showed a trace of murderous intent, Hurricane Strangle. The Hurricane battleship roared, and a strong force rushed out of the battleship. Before, only the array on the surface of the battleship was activated, and now the array inside the battle was also activated. These arrays are the essence of the Hurricane battleship. A series of terrible hurricanes appeared out of thin air around the battleship, and the hurricane rolled up the water of the Boundary Sea, forming countless water tornadoes. However, its power is tens of thousands of times greater than that of a waterspout. The hurricane was flying, like a sharp blade, and the defensive Tsanching python was cut into pieces the moment it came into contact with the hurricane. Even the largest Tsanching python was no exception. No matter how strong you are no better than tofu in front of the hurricane. Uncle Wu was prepared. He waved his hand and threw out a huge cloth bag, taking away all the flesh and blood of the Tsanching python. Uncle Wu was very decisive. He did not make any move himself. He just slightly manipulated the array plate and used the array of the Hurricane battleship to easily kill all the Tsanching pythons. The Hurricane battleship is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is said that if the Hurricane battleship is fully operational, it can crush the cultivators of the 7th realm of Dao Zun and can be on par with the 8th realm of Dao Zun. It seems that what they said is true. The Hurricane battleship has traveled to and from the continent countless times. How could it not be prepared? The Tsanching python is nothing at all. Indeed, I have never heard of any accidents with the Hurricane battleship in so many years. Someone once wanted to rob the Hurricane battleship, but later that group of people were directly wiped out. It was simply seeking death. Everyone talked about it, and only a few smart people understood the whole process. This was not an encounter with the Tsanching python, but it was just waiting for the Tsanching python to come. Before encountering the Tsanching python, the battleship had already slowed down unconsciously, but it was done very secretly, and not many people noticed it. The purpose of absorbing the brilliant star python is to collect its flesh and blood. Most of the people present did not know that the flesh and blood of the brilliant star python was very useful, but Lufeng Chamber of Commerce obviously knew it. Hundreds of brilliant star pythons of all sizes, countless flesh and blood were all taken away, not a drop left. The formation on the warship gradually weakened, and it accelerated again to fly towards Dongzhou. The formation in front of Lin Moyu disappeared, and he sighed, it's just a little bit. He had already seen this formation, and only the last bit was left. If he could be given a little more time, he could completely dismantle this formation. This formation can refine the power of origin, even the most violent power of the sun's origin can be refined. Once he has it, it will be of great benefit to him. However, Lin Moyu was not disappointed. He returned to the room, revealing a thoughtful look. Although it's still a little short, it's basically complete. As long as you try a few more times, you can set it up. When we get to the East Continent, we must give it a try. Given the complexity of this formation, it should be equivalent to a 7th level formation, and it is a combination of a weapon formation and a talisman formation, which is not easy. With my attainments in formation, I don't know if it can succeed. It seems that I have to collect some materials for the formation, and I can't set up the formation all ahead of the origin crystal. The 7th level formation is a realm that only formation masters can reach. Lin Moyu has only memorized the formation now, and he doesn't know if he can set it up. In the next few days, Lin Moyu still maintained a regular rhythm of practice. Whenever the Taiyin origin appeared, he would practice in the room and comprehend the Great Way. With his identity as the son of the sun, with the help of the Taiyin origin, his practice speed was originally increased. Coupled with the help of spiritual food and the materials he bought, Lin Moyu's practice speed almost doubled. Even so, it was still too slow for Lin Moyu. He calculated the time. At the current speed, when the warship arrived in Dongzhou, he would almost be able to reach the middle-level Tianzuan. After encountering the Tsanching Python once, the Hurricane warship never encountered any other obstacles in the Boundary Sea, and it was unimpeded all the way. When the warship flew half the distance in the Boundary Sea, Lin Moyu felt vaguely that it was as if a pair of eyes were staring at the warship. The other party's gaze was not directed at him. If it weren't for his strong spiritual perception, he would not have sensed it at all. Is it someone from the Sea Clan? It seems to be telling the Hurricane warship not to attack the creatures in the Boundary Sea again. Lin Moyu could vaguely sense what the other party meant. Lu Fengyuan whispered, "The people from the Sea Clan are here." Uncle Wu nodded, "They come every time, just get used to it. The Tsanching Python is already in hand, and we don't need to take action anymore." Lu Fengyuan sighed, "If it weren't for the Sea Clan watching us, our gains would be far more than this." Uncle Wu chuckled, "Don't think so. Everything is too much or too little. The Sea Clan is very polite to allow us to take action once each time. If it weren't for the friendship between our ancestors and the Sea Clan, let's try it with other forces. Even if it's a holy land, would they dare to mess around on the Sea Clan's territory?" Lu Fengyuan nodded, indicating that he understood. The items were replaced in rounds. As the journey was halfway through, the quality of the items that appeared became higher and higher, and the prices also rose. When the items reached the Daozuan realm, their prices would increase with each upgrade. Lin Moyu would come to take a look from time to time, and buy some if he saw something suitable. He bought some materials for the formation, and a few magic weapons that could be used as the center of the formation, and spent a lot of fine essence. Everything he bought was delivered to his door by Lu Fengyuan himself, and he would negotiate with Lin Moyu. Sometimes, it was just when the sun essence was in power. If it weren't for the formation on the ship that could replenish energy with a red scarf, Lin Moyu really wanted to kick Lu Fengyuan out. He naturally knew that Lu Fengyuan was deliberately trying to get close to him. But fortunately, he was honest and sincere, and he was not annoying. 0. Asking for flowers. When the warship flew for the 78th day, Lu Fengyuan suddenly sent a message, "Fellow Taoist Lin, come quickly, it's time to collect spiritual materials." Lin Moyu woke up from his practice and touched the shining Tying talisman between his eyebrows. "Okay, I'll come right away." He took out the red scarf and put it on, and the Tying talisman disappeared, and then he went to the top of the ship. There were obviously not many people on the top of the ship, and Lin Moyu's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the Daozuns. Now all those who stayed on the top of the ship were Daozuns, and there was no Tianzuns. The price of the items that appeared now has exceeded the limit that Tianzuns can afford, and even the cheapest things cannot be afforded. Even for Daozuns, only some people with rich wealth can afford it. What is the Tianzuns doing here? The price of items nowadays is simply not affordable for Tianzuns. 0. Unless there is some adventure and he gets a lot of wealth, it is possible. How can there be so many adventures? I think he just came up to take a look. In fact, it is not a bad thing to broaden his horizons. Indeed, sometimes, experience is also very important. He also used magic weapons to hide himself. He was very cautious. Is he afraid of being robbed? Some of the Taoist masters were kind, but more were full of disdain. They wanted to see what Lin Moyu was doing. For the long and boring years of cultivation, some small pleasures can also be infinitely magnified. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was shrouded in a faint divine light. It is unclear about age, appearance, and even the realm of cultivation. It can only be distinguished that he is a Tianzuan. As for which level of Tianzuan he is, it is unclear. Lin Moyu swept his eyes over the crowd and saw the old acquaintance Wei Xian Daozuan. As a Taoist master of the seven-colored snake, Wei Xian's wealth is also very rich. Facing the eyes of many Taoist masters, Lin Moyu walked past the products as if nothing had happened. Finally, he stopped in front of the spiritual material product. This product looked like a branch, with flames all over it. The flames transformed into the shape of a phoenix, which was very spiritual. Fire Phoenix Branch, a spiritual material of the third level of Daozun. It can be used to refine weapons to improve the level of fire-attributed magic weapons and generate spirituality. It can be used to refine elixirs to refine fire-attributed elixirs, which can be used to evolve elixir children. If used to set up an array, there is a chance to generate an array spirit. The practitioners of the Flame Avenue can use it to practice, which can increase the power of the magic by 30% and accelerate the comprehension of the Flame Avenue. Price, 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals. 10,000. The spiritual materials of the third level of Dao Zun are indeed good things, and the price is also shocking. 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals, this price is enough to scare off most people. Lin Moyu estimated that even a 6-star force like the Lei family would probably feel the pain for a long time. If it were a 5-star force like the Yin family, they would not be able to come up with so many origin crystals even if they went bankrupt. Although each of the Dao Zun present was worth a lot of money, and each of them had a big force behind them, it was also not easy to come up with 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Lin Moyu could analyze from their eyes that they cared a lot about the Fire Phoenix branch, and spiritual materials, no matter who they were, wanted to get them. It was estimated that they had already bid, but no one knew how much others had bid. It seems that the bid cannot be too low, spiritual materials are too rare, and they are of great use to this little guy, Infinite Fusion. We must get it. The spiritual 953 material has other uses for Lin Moyu, and even greater effects than described in the information. To be on the safe side, Lin Moyu offered a price that he thought was relatively safe, and then the squares turned around and left. His action immediately shocked the Dao Zuns. He actually made an offer. What he wanted to buy was the Fire Phoenix branch, which was worth 300,000. Could it be that he has more than 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals? Impossible. How could a heavenly venerable have so many origin crystals? Even Dao Zuns like you and me, without the support of the forces behind us, can't afford so many. Some Dao Zuns flatly denied that Lin Moyu couldn't have so much wealth. Some Dao Zuns laughed sinisterly. It's hard to say. What if there is a big force behind him? We think he is a heavenly venerable, but he also uses magic weapons to cover up his aura. Maybe he is a Dao Zun, and he is still an old acquaintance. Humph, I think he is just bluffing. It's hard to say. Just wait and see. Maybe he is rich and powerful. Just wait and see. There will be a result soon. Time passed by little as the Dao Zuns discussed. Finally, this round of sales ended. All Dao Zuns moved in unison and returned to the first and second floors. After the sales ended, it was time to deliver the items. The people from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would deliver the items they bought to the bidders. In this round of sales, there were very few bidders, and they were Dao Zuns. If Lufeng Chamber of Commerce wanted to deliver the items, it would only be delivered to them, with the only exception being Lin Moyu. If none of them got the Fire Phoenix branch, it would mean that Lin Moyu's bid exceeded theirs. Lu Fengyuan appeared on the first floor and walked towards the room where Lin Moyu was. It was the young master of the Lu family. He delivered the items himself this time. I can feel the flame spirit in him. He delivered the Fire Phoenix branch. Who won the Fire Phoenix branch? The answer will be revealed soon. Lu Fengyuan had no idea that he was being targeted by the Dao Zuns. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He only delivered the items and didn't care about anything else. When he saw Lin Moyu's bid, he was also shocked. The price of the Fire Phoenix branch was 300,000, but Lin Moyu directly raised the price to 900,000, raising the price by 600,000 in one breath. Looking at the pitiful bids of others, and then comparing them with Lin Moyu's wealth, they are simply not on the same level. Even the fifth uncle who was used to the world was shocked by Lin Moyu's generosity. A single transaction was as high as 900,000 third-level fine origin crystals, and the purchase was only one item, which is rare in the records of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. At this price, if you buy a magic weapon, it is enough to buy a magic weapon above the 5th level of Daozuan. Lu Fengyuan brought the Fire Phoenix branch to the door of Lin Moyu's room and walked in. The one who went in, room number 3, it was really him. My God, the price he offered was actually higher than ours. Come on, check it out, everyone, tell us how much you offered. The Dao Zun began to check their accounts with curiosity. Some offered 320,000, some offered 350,000, and some offered 360,000. The highest Dao Zun, from the Tianjin sect, offered 420,000. But even so, he still couldn't buy the Fire Phoenix branch. How much did that guy offer? With such a high bid, does he have the origin crystal to pay? If not, he will be thrown off the boat. I think he has. No one will joke about his life. The rules of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce are very strict. Just wait and see how the transaction turns out. According to the rules of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, if Lin Moyu offers a high price but has no money to pay, he will be punished and thrown off the boat after being seriously injured. In the Boundary Sea, this is tantamount to sending himself to death. And if the transaction fails, the Phoenix branch will fall into the hands of the second highest bidder. The Taoist master of the Heavenly Sword sect stared at Lin Moyu's room number 3. He sincerely hoped that the transaction would fail. In the room, Lu Fengyuan did not take out the Fire Phoenix branch immediately, but asked sincerely, Brother Lin, are you really determined to use so many origin crystals to buy the Fire Phoenix branch? If you don't want to buy it, it's not too late to regret it now. Over the past few days, the relationship between the two has become closer, and they have changed from Taoist friends to brothers. Under normal circumstances, you can't regret it. However, Lu Fengyuan has some small privileges and allows Lin Moyu to regret it. In case Lin Moyu doesn't have so many origin crystals, as long as the transaction has not started, the impact will not be great. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I can still afford this price. He took out 97th level exquisite origin crystals and placed them in front of Lu Fengyuan. The 7th level origin crystals sparkled in front of Lu Fengyuan, and the pure and majestic origin power was so attractive. The high-level origin crystals have their own special beauty, which is more perfect than the low-level origin crystals. Lu Fengyuan found that he still underestimated Lin Moyu's financial resources. From the way he took out the origin crystals, it can be seen that he has no spare time. Lu Fengyuan said no more nonsense and took out the Fire Phoenix branch. The Fire Phoenix branch was placed in a special transparent box. The Fire Phoenix was burning in the box, constantly changing into the appearance of a flaming phoenix, as if it was about to rush out at any time. Lu Fengyuan warned, the Fire Phoenix branch is a spiritual material and may escape. Be careful when opening the box. Lin Moyu smiled, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Fengyuan nodded, put away the origin crystal, and completed the transaction. He said again, Brother Lin, your wealth has been exposed this time. When you arrive in Dongzhou, you must be careful. Some bad things have happened before. 4.9 Lin Moyu didn't seem to care. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Lu. I will be careful. Seeing Lin Moyu like this, Lu Fengyuan wanted to give him a few more words, but he thought about it and gave up. Some things can't be changed by his 2 more words. Lin Moyu is not an ignorant person. Maybe he has his own ideas and methods. This can be seen from his purchase of Twilight Stone and Divine Light Wood. After Lu Fengyuan completed the transaction, he said goodbye and left. As soon as he left the room, he was quickly stopped by a Taoist master. This Taoist master carried a long sword on his back, and there was also a sharp sword embroidered on his cuffs. He was even more sword-like, like a sharp sword. Lu Fengyuan knew the other party's identity. He was an elder from the Tianjin sect. His surname was Jiao and his given name was Jian. He was known as the Jiujian Daozuan and his strength reached the 4th level of Daozuan. Lu Fengyuan was neither humble nor arrogant. He bowed and said, Senior Jiujian, I wonder what you want me to do. The 9 Swords Taoist master was like a sharp sword, staring at Lu Fengyuan with a sharp gaze. It was a little difficult for Lu Fengyuan, a small supreme master, to bear it. However, Lu Fengyuan did not dodge. After all, this was a hurricane warship. Not to mention the Nine Swords Taoist master, even the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect would not dare to mess around here. The Nine Swords Taoist master waited for 2 breaths and said, "How much did that person bid?" Lu Fengyuan shook his head. "The Chamber of Commerce has rules, and I can't say it." The Nine Swords Taoist master's eyes condensed. "No need to be specific, just give me a rough idea." Lu Fengyuan shook his head. "Nine Swords Taoist master, please don't embarrass me, it's really not possible to say." The Nine Swords Taoist master's voice sank. "I said, no need for specific math." If it were someone else, Lu Fengyuan might have revealed some information slightly. But that was Lin Moyu. He would never reveal any information. He was under pressure, but still whispered, "I'm sorry, I can't break the rules. Please let me go, Senior Jiujian. I have something to say." Jiujian Daozuan took a deep breath, slowly let Lu Feng go. After Lu Feng went away, someone came over and asked, "How is it?" Jiujian Daozuan looked at room 3. He offered a very high price, much higher than the sky. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Jiujian Daozuan could say such a thing, which showed that Lin Moyu's offer was indeed amazing. Yu Daozuan's eyes shone with a glimmer of greed. 000. After Lu Fengyuan went back, he said to his uncle that Jiujian Daozuan wanted to break the rules, but fortunately I didn't say it. Uncle Wu smiled and said, "In fact, he already knew it." Lu Fengyuan exclaimed, "It's because I didn't say anything." Uncle Wu said, "The Taoist Nine Swords has a secret method called Heart Sword. He can slightly sense your inner thoughts by covering you with sword energy. The greater the difference in realm, the clearer the sense. There is a big gap between you and him, so part of your thoughts have been sensed by him." Lu Fengyuan's face changed drastically. "You still love this secret method, it's really disgusting. What about Brother Lin? Will they deal with Brother Lin? And does he break the rules by doing this?" Uncle Wu said, "Of course not, he didn't attack you, and you don't have evidence. If he is just an ordinary person, then we can be unreasonable, but he is an elder of the Tianjin sect. What do you want without evidence? As for Lin Moyu, he is not as simple as you think, don't worry about him. If you have this free time, you should take care of yourself, practice well, and reach Daozuan as soon as possible, so as not to be plotted against without knowing it." Lu Fengyuan's face collapsed, very helpless. "The realm is low, it's not what I thought. Cultivation is a slow process. How can you just practice and improve it?" Lin Moyu brought the box with the Fire Phoenix branch into the center of the world of rules, and then came to the side of Infinite Fusion. "Little guy, here's your food." Lin Moyu's attitude was gentle, just like coaxing a child. Before, Infinite Fusion was busy for a long time and completed the fusion of the origin crystal. It was obviously exhausted. After that, it was too lazy to move and kept resting. So this time, Lin Moyu brought good things and delivered them to the door, which was more like flattering it. Putting the box with the Fire Phoenix branch in front of Infinite Fusion, a faint spiritual breath came out through the box, and Infinite Fusion immediately responded. It was like a child who had just woken up, and the breath on its body gradually strengthened. Lin Moyu opened a gap in the box, and the spiritual breath that flowed out became stronger and stronger. He was more and more like a weird uncle coaxing a child with a lollipop. Infinite Fusion finally woke up and started to get anxious. Eat, eat. It transmitted a clear consciousness. As it ate more and more spiritual materials, Infinite Fusion's consciousness became clearer and clearer. Lin Moyu stopped teasing it and opened the box directly. Before the Fire Phoenix branch inside escaped, Infinite Fusion swallowed the Fire Phoenix branch in one gulp. After swallowing it, Infinite Fusion instantly lost its function, fell asleep on the spot, and began to digest. After it digested it, it would definitely be able to go to the next level, and then it might be able to fuse the 8th level origin crystal. The expensive spiritual material of the third realm of Daozun was gone in one gulp, which seemed a bit worthless. However, Lin Moyu was very happy. As long as Infinite Fusion needed it, a mere origin crystal was nothing. And he knew very well that the reward, infinite fusion, gave him was far greater than the value of the Fire Phoenix branch itself. Lin Moyu didn't care about spending money at all, but it was a pity that there were too few spiritual materials and he couldn't buy them even if he had money. Infinite fusion requires spiritual materials, while the world tree requires the origin spiritual veins. These two are both arrogant guys, and ordinary people can't afford them. Compared with spiritual materials, the origin spiritual veins are even rarer. It seems that I have to tell Lu Fengyuan that if there are spiritual materials and origin spiritual veins in the future, even if they are just wreckage, they must be sold to me first. I just don't know if Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is willing, but I can offer a high price. They are a chamber of commerce, so they should put interests first and know how to weigh the pros and cons. In the following days, Lin Moyu rarely left the room. The items on the top of the warship are still being updated. Lin Moyu occasionally goes to take a look, and there is nothing to buy. There are many magic weapons in the Daozuan realm, but at most they can only deal with those below the third realm of Daozuan. Even the fourth realm Daozuan is difficult to deal with. This kind of thing is useless to him. The Great Dao Immortal Pill has never appeared. Obviously, this thing is also rare. As time passed, Lu Fengyuan would occasionally come over and chat with Lin Moyu. The two talked a lot about this and that. From his mouth, Lin Moyu learned some things about Dongzhou. Dongzhou was extremely chaotic. Although the human race had built some cities and divided the territory, the war was still endless. The human race's 580 cities were often attacked by the demons and spirit beasts, causing heavy casualties. Sometimes, the Zerg would come to make trouble, but the Zerg was not afraid of any race and dared to provoke anyone. The dragons and Zerg were mortal enemies and often fought. The wars between them did not care about time and place at all. They would kill each other when they met, regardless of winning or losing, only death. If the realm was higher, the war would affect a large area. The forces of the human race and the demon race were often destroyed because of their wars, and they could not even find anyone to avenge them. On the surface, the most peaceful is the plants of the Grass Alliance. But it was only on the surface. If there were any spiritual plants, they would come to guard like crazy. In their eyes, spiritual plants were their people. The 100 Grass Alliance was extremely united and stubborn. They were plant-based and had amazing vitality, making them difficult to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, no one would take the initiative to provoke them. In addition, the human race was not united either, and they often fought for territory and resources. The same was true for the demon race, which also had countless populations and didn't deal with each other. In addition, there was the Buddhist race, which was also preaching in all directions of the East continent, building temples, and gaining believers. Just by listening to what Lu Fengyuan said, Lin Moyu's mind already showed how chaotic the East continent was. But it was precisely because of this that the more chaotic the East continent was, the greater the opportunity. The dark clouds became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared behind. A new scenery appeared in the sight, no longer the unchanging Boundary Sea scenery. The hurricane warship finally arrived in Dongzhou. As soon as it entered the territory of Dongzhou, Lin Moyu felt a solemn and desolate atmosphere. Compared with Nanzhou, this place is more primitive, similar to the wild lands occupied by spirit beasts in Nanzhou, but more primitive and wild. The two continents have completely different environmental conditions. After the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, the speed gradually decreased. After flying for half a day, it stopped in front of a city called Shuangchuan. This city is the first stop of the hurricane warship in Dongzhou. It is said that Shuangchuan City is also the oldest city built by the human race in Dongzhou. 100 kilometers outside the city, there are two large rivers flowing on the north and south sides, directly reaching the Boundary Sea, so it got this name. In fact, Shuangchuan City is still a long way from the Boundary Sea. Even the hurricane warship, after entering the mainland area, has to fly for half a day to reach the sky. After the warship docked, some people left the warship. Their destination was Xuanchuan City, so there was no need to go deeper. Lin Moyu saw that many people immediately opened the rule world and released more people after getting off the warship. It seemed that there were only 100,000 people coming, but in fact, some people brought many people with them, and there might be hundreds of thousands of people coming. Those who brought people here actually wanted to earn the origin crystals. They all seemed very happy to arrive in Xuanchuan City safely. They only needed to wait in Xuanchuan City for a while, and when the hurricane warship returned, they would buy a ticket and follow it back. They could earn a lot of origin crystals in one round trip. Lin Moyu, who was rich and powerful, naturally looked down on so many origin crystals. He suddenly felt that several eyes were looking at him. The eyes came from the Taoist master in the next room. Fortunately, he was using the divine light wood, so they couldn't see his appearance clearly. These Dao Zun seem to be somewhat hostile to me. Sure enough, once wealth is exposed, someone will be eyeing it. If they come, I don't know whether they are here to rob wealth or to give it to others. Lin Moyu showed a trace of disdain. If they dare to come, then teach them a lesson. In the 10 days after the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, it would stop at several cities controlled by the human race. Lin Moyu could leave when it stopped at a certain city, or leave at any time to enter the wilderness. Not only Lin Moyu, but everyone can choose this way, and Lufeng Chamber of Commerce will not care. They just send people there. Once they leave the hurricane warship, life and death have nothing to do with them. While the warship was docked, Lin Moyu asked Xiao Wu to check his luck again and determine the direction he was going. At this time, the distance was still a bit far, and he needed to stay on the warship for a few days. After leaving Xuanchuan City, the hurricane warship went to the next city. The cities in Dongzhou are not as magnificent as the cities in Nanzhou. The city was full of traces of war, and on the walls there were cultivators patrolling day and night, ready for war at any time. On the 4th day after the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, they arrived at the 3rd city. At this time, they were already far away from the boundary sea, and could be considered to have penetrated deep into the land of Dongzhou. Suddenly, the formations on the warships lit up one after another. What happened? The cultivators who were still on the warships were shocked and looked outside the warships. They knew something must have happened. Lin Moyu stood on the balcony and looked in the direction of the voyage. The city they were about to dock in had now turned into ruins, with no trace of life inside. The cultivators had good eyesight and could see clearly from thousands of miles away. From a distance, they saw that the city was covered with blood everywhere. But the strange thing was that there was no corpse in sight. Not to mention corpses, there were not even broken bones. Dao Zun had a solemn look on his face. This city should be called Fengjian City. There should be 100,000 people in the city. The one who controls this city is Tianjian sect. I didn't expect that this city was actually massacred. It seems that no one in the city survived. How could the city of Tianjian sect be massacred? With the strength of Tianjian sect, it shouldn't be possible. Tianjian sect is the top force in Nanzhou and one of the 3 super sections. Someone actually dared to provoke them. And it doesn't look like it was done by the demon clan, otherwise there wouldn't be even a corpse. Dao Zun Jiujian's face was gloomy at this moment, and the murderous intent in his eyes was surging, as if he would draw his sword and kill people at any time. This time he came to Fengjian City and guarded this place with another elder of Tianjian sect. The elder had received news that Dongzhou was not peaceful and hoped to send more people. So this time, Tianjian sect sent him here, and also brought some experienced disciples. But he never thought that Fengjian City would be slaughtered. The hurricane warship stopped on the ruins of Fengjian City, the formation was running, a ray of light fell, and the Avenue of Time suddenly appeared. Looking for traces of the past in the Avenue of Time, what happened was playing out in the light and shadow. Time went back to 3 years ago. That day the origin of the moon was shining in the sky, and it was particularly bright. A large number of black shadows suddenly appeared on the wilderness. At the same time as the black shadows appeared, there were also large crystal clouds flying in the sky. The black shadows and the dark clouds were all spirit beasts, with a large number and amazing strength. They covered the sky and rushed towards Fengjian City. Fengjian City responded quickly, and countless strong men rushed out, using the formation in Fengjian City to fight against the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, after a great battle, Fengjian City still failed to withstand the impact of the spirit beasts and was completely destroyed. A small number of people in the city saw the opportunity and fled to Mengji. Most people were killed by the spirit beasts, and their flesh and blood became the food of the spirit beasts. In this battle, the people of Tianjian sect showed amazing fighting power. An elder of the fourth realm of Dao Zun turned his body into a sword and suppressed the entire battlefield. Unfortunately, he was still defeated in the end. The sword body was torn into pieces, and the true body of the great Dao also collapsed, and the body died. Then the spirit beasts flooded the city, and Fengjian City completely collapsed. Except for those who escaped early, Zhao Qian, all the practitioners in the city were spared. Jiujian Tianzuan trembled all over and was filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth, and the sword behind him kept making sword sounds, and the terrifying sword intent rose from his body. The light and shadow faded, and a voice sounded from the ship, saying that Fengjian City had been destroyed in the beast tide, and this station would not be used for docking. If anyone wants to get off the ship, they can leave now. 9 swordsmen roared, "People of Tianjian sect, follow me to get off the ship and rebuild Fengjian City." He took the lead and rushed out of the warship. After him, rays of light lit up, and the disciples of Tianjian sect who came with him also got off the ship. Fengjian City has been destroyed, and it will not be easy to rebuild it. However, Tianjian sect will not easily give up its base here. It is estimated that the next trip will send more and stronger people. The warship accelerated again after a moment and flew away. In a blink of an eye, the ruins of Fengjian City had been left far behind the ship and disappeared from sight. Feng Jianqing used his own experience to tell everyone how chaotic Dongzhou is. Although there will be beast tides in Nanzhou, they will never be on such a scale. In Nanzhou, the human race is the leader of the entire world, and the spirit beasts have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although there are many spirit beasts in Nanzhou, beast tides rarely occur. In Dongzhou, beast tides are very common. Unexpectedly, Feng Jianqing failed to stop the beast tide this time. The situation in Tianjian City is not known by everyone. The many years of accumulation of Tianjian sect in Dongzhou have been destroyed just like this. What a pity. That's right, but then again, this kind of thing is not the first time in Dongzhou, it's commonplace. Tianjian sect wants to take revenge, but has nowhere to take it. If it's the demon race, can't they find someone to vent their anger? Revenge? Don't be kidding, didn't you see the look of Jiujian Daozuan just now? He was almost furious, but what can he do? Everyone's words revealed a sense of helplessness. Things like this are common in Dongzhou. Even if it's not a beast tide, there may be demons, insects, and sometimes even the annoying Buddhas. All kinds of disasters are not surprising in Dongzhou. As long as you stay long enough, you will get used to it. Lin Moyu secretly thought, if his own forces encountered such a beast tide, what should he do? It is difficult to really stop it by relying on formation defense alone. Unless there is a top formation like the Hurricane warship, but such a top formation is far from what he can arrange now. Since the formation is not enough, he needs to find other ways. Lin Moyu was thinking about the layout of his own forces in his mind, how to gain a foothold in Dongzhou safely. The matter of Fengjian City was like an episode. Fortunately, the 2 cities where the warship docked next were safe and sound. On the 7th day after the Hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, Lin Moyu took out the ticket and used the ticket as the key to open the formation in the room. The next second, he left the warship and disappeared in the boundless wilderness. When Moyu left, Uncle Wu immediately sensed it. He left. Lu Fengyuan nodded. Brother Lin told me yesterday that he would leave today. Uncle Wu said, "This is a wilderness. There is no city in front or behind. I don't know where he is going." Lu Fengyuan said, I feel that Brother Lin should have a goal. He may have chosen a destination long ago. Uncle Wu's eyes were thoughtful. It seems that he wants to establish his own power. The old man is cunning, and he has guessed the real purpose of Lin Moyu's coming to Dongzhou. In fact, Lin Moyu has never wanted to hide anything. If you know it, you know it. It's not a big deal. There are many people who want to come to Dongzhou to establish a foundation, and he is just one of them. Uncle Wu said, it seems someone is targeting him. Lu Fengyuan said, how many? Uncle Wu said, 6, all Daozuan. One of them is already in the 4th realm of Daozuan. Lu Fengyuan's eyes became solemn. Brother Lin said that someone will definitely target him, but he can handle it. Uncle Wu smiled. I also believe he can handle it. He must have a backup plan. It's not easy for Daozuan to kill him. It sounds a bit far-fetched for a Tianzuan to want to deal with Daozuan. But this world is so wonderful. There are always some strange people and things. Although it is rare for a Tianzuan to kill a Daozuan, it has happened. 000. The origin of the sun spreads its heat to the earth. No matter which continent it is under its control. The temperature is rising, and the sky and the earth are filled with hot breath. Lin Moyu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the distance, with mountains and wilderness passing by. In fact, flying like him is not safe. There are countless spirit beasts in the wilderness, and too much movement is likely to alarm them. But the route chosen by Lin Moyu is very strange. He does not fly in a straight line, but keeps changing the route to go around. The eye of the dead flashes, and Lin Moyu sees a bunch of soul flames, dazzling and beautiful. Each soul flame represents a spirit beast, and the strength of the soul flame can roughly determine the realm of the spirit beast. The number of spirit beasts in the Daozuan realm here is quite amazing, and there are also many in the Tianzuan realm. Sure enough, it's different from Nanzhou. The spirit beasts here don't have boundaries. Lin Moyu said to himself. The spirit beasts in Dongzhou are not like those in Nanzhou. They don't seem to have the concept of territory. Spirit beasts of different realms actually live together. The spirit beasts in Nanzhou all have their own territories and generally do not allow other spirit beasts to enter their territories. The more powerful the spirit beast, the larger the territory it occupies. But Dongzhou is obviously not like that. Lin Moyu saw dozens of spirit beasts of different realms living together in a small area. And this situation is not accidental, but extremely common. Out of instinct, Lin Moyu still bypassed them and did not pass by them directly. This also made his flight route very strange, flying east and west, without any regularity. In the distance behind him, several Taoist masters showed doubts. Why is this kid turning around? Did he find us? But even if he wants to get rid of us, it's meaningless. In my opinion, this kid knows that he can't run away, and is looking for a suitable burial place for himself. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. You have seen the situation in Fengjian City. The longer we stay here, the greater the danger. The Daozuan with the highest realm among the 6 people whispered, don't play, catch up, and fight quickly. Someone sighed, what a pity, I originally wanted to play cat and mouse, since the eldest brother said so, let's not play. The wilderness of Dongzhou is not like Nanzhou. Even Daozuan like them can't guarantee their safety here. The 6 people immediately speeded up and chased Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu actually sensed that 6 Daozuan followed him off the boat and knew their real purpose. He kept changing directions, not because of these Daozuan, but just because he didn't want to provoke the spirit beasts in the wilderness. Now these Daozuan suddenly accelerated, and Lin Moyu smiled, I can't help it anymore. He chose a relatively open place far away from the spirit beasts, stopped. After a while of testing, he already knew the habits of the spirit beasts in Dongzhou. They really don't have the concept of territory. As long as you don't fly over their heads, they basically won't react. Next, let's see if the spirit beasts will react to fighting here. Spirit beasts are a force that cannot be ignored in Dongzhou. Understanding their habits is very important for building a foundation. The 6 Taoist masters sneered when they saw Lin Moyu stop. They sped up and came to Lin Moyu in a blink of an eye. Then the 6 of them separated and surrounded Lin Moyu. One of them said, "Boy, is this the burial place you found for yourself? It seems that the feng shui is also average." The feng shui is average, but the scenery is pleasant, and it is also a good place. Don't worry, when we kill you, we will bury you. At least we won't let the spirit beasts eat you. We still have this morality. Lin Moyu looked at the 6 people. They were similar in shape and temperament. Lin Moyu had seen them before on the hurricane warship and knew that they were actually in the same group. Lin Moyu looked at them. "If I remember correctly, you should be called the 6 Netherworld Lords, right?" The 6 people smiled at the same time. "I didn't expect that you actually knew us." Lin Moyu smiled. "I heard about you from others. It seems that you were in Nanzhou and were hunted down by the Dongfang family of Duantianyu. There was nowhere to escape, so you came to Dongzhou. It is said that you often do some robbery and never leave any survivors." According to Lin, as far as Moyu knows, these 6 people are all weird. As Dao Zuns, they do not set up their own schools, nor join sects, and enjoy the privileges of being respected. They like to rob, and they are cruel and never leave anyone alive. They call themselves the 6 Underworld Zuns, and they are notorious. It's just because they are all Dao Zuns, and the strongest among the 6 has reached the 4th level of Dao Zuns. Ordinary Dao Zuns can't afford to provoke them. Only some top forces can deal with them. But they are also smarter and never provoke the real top forces. Things that have no benefits, the top big forces will not do it, so they can do whatever they want. Until this time, they accidentally killed a direct descendant of the Dongfang family in Duantianyu, and were then hunted down by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family in Duantianyu, like Hanshui Holy Land, is a top 7-star force with countless masters in the family. They were hunted down and had nowhere to escape, and finally had to flee to Dongzhou. The 6 people all used the name of Netherworld. The 3rd Netherworld sneered, "It seems that you know us very well. In this case, you also know that you have no chance of survival. Do you choose to kill yourself, or do you want us to do it?" The 4th Netherworld said, "You should know our methods. Don't think about destroying the origin crystal. Even if you put the origin crystal in the rule world, we can still find it." A bead appeared in his hand, the bead glittered, and an invisible force swept the world. A shadow appeared behind Lin Moyu, and a huge world of rules suddenly appeared. However, only the appearance was revealed, and no one could see the specific situation inside. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. "Boundary bead?" The 4th old man of the Netherworld laughed. "The boy is really knowledgeable, even the boundary bead knows about it. Then you should know that with the boundary bead, your rule world no longer belongs to you. The boundary bead is a very special magic weapon, with no attack power or defense power, and its function is single, and its only function is to lock the rule world. Within the range of the boundary bead, the practitioner's rule world will be revealed and locked. Even if the practitioner dies, the rule world will not collapse in a short time, and the 6 netherworlds have enough time to plunder everything in the rule world. So the boundary bead is very useful for robbing. The boundary bead also has corresponding shortcomings. Its function is range-based, regardless of enemy or friend. When Lin Moyu's rule world was revealed, the rule worlds of the 6 netherworld lords were also revealed. However, their rule worlds were much smaller than Lin Moyu's. The 6 netherworld lords also discovered this situation. The netherworld old 5 exclaimed, "How can your rule world be so big?" The netherworld old 6 was also surprised. "No, you are just a heavenly lord, your rule world can't be so big." Not only is it big, the aura emanating from Lin Moyu's rule world is also far beyond that of ordinary heavenly lords. You must know that Lin Moyu is just a heavenly lord, and these people are Dao lords. Lin Moyu's rules are only a little smaller than theirs. Lin Moyu chuckled, "You can guess why this is? And the boundary bead is not omnipotent. He could feel that his rule world was locked by the power of the boundary bead and thus revealed. But that was because he did not resist. As long as he resisted slightly, with a humming sound, the rule world vibrated, and the power wrapped around it was immediately dispersed. Lin Moyu's rule world immediately disappeared. The 6 people were stunned. This was not the first time they had seen such a thing. Lin Moyu also felt the benefits of the legendary rule world for the first time, but he had not yet explored the role of the legendary rule world. The 6 underworld masters were stunned on the spot, and were a little confused for a while. After a breath, the leader of the 6 underworld masters suddenly spoke, "Boy, although I don't know how you hide the rule world, you should know that this is useless. We have many ways to make you hand over your things. So you hand over your things quickly, and I can keep your body intact and bury you properly." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't want to die, and I don't want to hand over anything, so I can only ask everyone to die." The space around Lin Moyu suddenly twisted, and Zhao Dongxing appeared beside Lin Moyu, and 10 terrible forces swept out. The dazzling Wanling Avenue appeared in the sky, and countless creatures were staring at it. The faces of the 6 underworld masters changed drastically. They could not imagine that the silent body actually hit such a powerful Dao master. This was also Lin Moyu's confidence. Before Zhao Dongxing was killed, Gu Hanyu helped him leave a drop of Zhao Dongxing's blood. Afterwards, he resurrected Zhao Dongxing through the resurrection of the dead and made him a resurrected person. In addition to Zhao Dongxing, the same was true for the giant sword Dao master. Now he has 2 super fighters of the 6th level of Dao master around him, and the 6 underworld masters are nothing at all. After the resurrection, Zhao Dongxing's combat power is even stronger than his peak state. Even if the former Zhao Dongxing is resurrected, he is not the opponent of the resurrected. The Wanling Avenue merged with Zhao Dongxing, and he summoned one of the Avenue's bodies. He turned into a flaming tiger, spewing out flames all over the sky, evolving into a sea of fire that covered the world and swallowed the 6 underworld masters. The true form of the Great Tao. The Netherworld boss roared, and a dark and cold Great Tao appeared around him. The Great Tao merged with his body, and his body turned into a dark pool, exuding an aura that almost did not belong to this world. Countless black air emerged, and the temperature dropped sharply, full of cold air. This kind of cold is different from the coldness of the ice Great Tao, but a kind of chill from the depths of the soul. The Netherworld is a legendary place. The legendary Netherworld is located in Hell and is part of Hell. It is said that there is a bottomless black pool in Hell. If someone makes a mistake in Hell, he will be thrown into the black pool by the Lord of Hell and suppressed forever. Of course, this is just a legend, because people have seen it. The Netherworld Great Tao is also a unique Great Tao, and there are not many practitioners who have comprehended this Great Tao. The 6 Netherworld Masters are from the same clan and have blood ties with each other. Because of their own blood, the 6 people comprehended the same Great Tao, so they called themselves the 6 Netherworld Masters. The leader of the 6 Underworld Masters used his true body, and the other 5 also revealed their true bodies. The 6 people merged with each other through the same great way, and their combat power increased dramatically. The Underworld Great Way evolved into a black pool, which was bottomless and swallowed all the flames. At the same time, it spewed out a cold air that was enough to freeze the soul. The cold air turned into a terrifying beast and rushed towards Zhao Dongxing. Zhao Dongxing said with disdain, "It's useless." The tiger claws were raised and slapped down heavily. The giant beast transformed by the Netherworld Avenue was smashed to pieces on the spot. Even the surrounding space was shattered into pieces with this slap. The difference in power between the two was too great. Zhao Dongxing, as a resurrected person, was a leader even among the 6th realm of Dao Zun. Even if the 6 Netherworld Lords were united, their power would only be the peak of the 4th realm of Dao Zun at most, not even the 5th realm of Dao Zun. There was an essential difference in the power level between the two. Amid screams, the 6 Netherworld Lords were scattered, and the 6 people spit out blood at the same time, and everyone was seriously injured. Zhao Dongxing let out a long roar, and the avenue of all spirits emerged. One by one, illusory spirit beasts rushed out of the avenue and rushed towards 5 of them. As the boss of the 6 Netherworld Lords, the Netherworld boss with the cultivation of the 4th realm of Dao Zun was naturally greeted by Zhao Dongxing himself. Run! The Netherworld boss roared, and he summoned the great Dao True Body again, turning into the Netherworld Cold Pond, and forcibly blocked Zhao Dongxing's spiritual pursuit for everyone. 483. He did this, and immediately bought some time for the other 5 people. Lin Moyu shook his head gently. You can't escape. A scream sounded, and the Netherworld Old 6 suddenly broke his hands and feet. Among the 6 people, he had the lowest realm and the weakest strength. The Shadow Mantis showed its figure at the moment of attack, and the Netherworld Old 6 screamed, "It's a Shadow Mantis, be careful." Before he finished speaking, another scream rang in his ears. The 3-color phantom snake bit the Netherworld Old 5's leg. If he was attacked by the shadow, he might have a glimmer of life. But if he was bitten by the 3-color phantom snake, he was not far from death. The Star Arrow Lich appeared beside Lin Moyu, and the Great Tao of Arrow was activated. The Star Arrow Lich turned into a sharp arrow and flashed through the broken space. Another scream, the 4th Netherworld Master's chest was pierced, his body shattered like glass, and he was severely injured instantly. In a split second, the 3 of them were severely injured at the same time. But they shouted frantically, "Don't worry about us, run away." The 2nd and 3rd of the 6 Netherworld Masters fled without looking back. They knew how to make the right choice. If they stayed now, they would only die together. The 2 looked at each other, roared at the same time, and summoned the avenue. The Netherworld Avenue turned into the Netherworld Black Pool, and the 2 rushed into the Black Pool. The Black Pool crossed the space, like teleportation, and sent the 2 thousands of kilometers away in 10 seconds. Seeing the 2 disappear from sight, the eldest of the 6 Netherworld Masters laughed wildly. "Just wait for our endless revenge. My clan will not let you go." Lin Moyu chuckled. "I said, they can't escape." As he spoke, a giant sword suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away. The giant sword connected the sky and the earth, and a terrifying avenue emerged in the air. The shape of the avenue is a sword. The Avenue of Sword is a terrifying avenue that can be ranked among the best in terms of attack. The great sword Dao Zun turned into a giant sword and slashed down into the air. The sword light flashed, and the 2 people who had just escaped thousands of kilometers were killed on the spot, truly turning into ashes. Among the 6 people, the 2 who had the greatest hope of escaping were the 2 who died the fastest. The remaining 4 people were immediately disheartened, and they knew that they could not escape this time. Zhao Dongxing summoned the Avenue's true body again, transformed into a big bear, and suppressed the world with his bare paws. In just a few moves, he smashed the boss of the underworld into pieces. However, he did not die, but fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his body, unable to move. Then Zhao Dongxing evolved into the 10,000 spirits and threw the other 3 people over like dead dogs. Although the boss of the underworld was injured, he still said stubbornly, "This time we are defeated, kill if you want." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Of course I have to kill you, but I'm a little curious. You just said that your clan won't let me go. So, your clan can know that I killed you." The Nether boss didn't say anything, but Lin Moyu continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't answer, I naturally have a way to know. In fact, I have long suspected that although the 6 of you are from the same clan, you can practice the same avenue, and it's exactly the same. This is very strange. There are so many families on the Origin continent, and it's not uncommon for brothers and sisters in the same clan to practice the same avenue, but it's really rare to see them exactly the same. It seems that your clan is very special. Is it the Nether clan? Information about the Nether clan, I'll find it." Lin Moyu immediately asked the Emperor to find some information about the Nether clan. The Nether boss sneered, "You have a rich imagination. I just said it casually, and you took it seriously." Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu had already spoken again. "It turns out that there is really a Nether Feast clan. There is very little information about the Netherworld clan. In the vast sea of information, only a tiny part of the information about the Netherworld clan is available. If it weren't for the human emperor, an ordinary person would probably miss it because they are too inconspicuous. Many, many years ago, there was no Hansui Holy Land, nor the Tao sect, and the entire Nanzhou was far from the ancient times it is today. There was once a race called the Netherworld. This race did not exist in the world. They claimed to be from hell and came to the world for some reasons. Because they were incompatible with the world, they had conflicts with some forces in Nanzhou at that time, and some conflicts broke out. 0. The time was too long, so long that it was difficult to trace, and the records of that year were not very clear. Later, the Netherworld clan disappeared, and the specific reason for its disappearance has been submerged in the long river of history. Only sporadic information shows that the Netherworld clan had fought a war with humans, and then was defeated and retreated to the Netherworld. As time passed, the existence of the Netherworld clan had long been forgotten, and no one connected the 6 Netherworld lords with the Netherworld clan. Lin Moyu was curious. The Netherworld clan comes from hell and does not exist in this world. Interesting. What kind of race are you? The few living people did not speak, and Moyu did not think they would answer. Compared to the living, Lin Moyu believed the words of the dead more. The great sword Dao Zun came back and brought back 2 pieces of broken meat. According to Lin Moyu's instructions, although the great sword Dao Zun chopped the 2 into ashes, he kept the 2 pieces of broken bodies. Lin Moyu shot out 2 balls of immortal flames and fell on the broken bodies and flesh of the 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Netherworld. The broken bodies immediately began to regenerate, and the dissipated souls also began to reorganize rapidly. The pupils of the Netherworld boss suddenly shrank and he exclaimed, "Immortal flame." Lin Moyu exclaimed, "You actually know the immortal flame." He didn't know how many times he had used the immortal flame, but no one had ever recognized it. At most, they just regarded it as a special flame. Unexpectedly, the boss of the 6 Netherworld Masters actually recognized the immortal flame at a glance. The immortal flame is related to hell. It seems that the Netherworld clan is inseparable from the 3.9 hell. Lin Moyu's curiosity grew. He really wanted to know what the Nether clan was. The Nether boss seemed to know what would happen next. He suddenly laughed. "It's useless. You think you can get something from us by resurrecting us? It's useless. You will get nothing. You are destined to be disappointed. Be prepared to be hunted down by our clan. Hell will collapse again. You can't survive." Following the words of the Nether boss, the 2nd and 3rd brothers who were resurrecting suddenly emitted a black gas, and the resurrection came to an abrupt end. The 2 were surrounded by the black gas and turned to ashes without leaving any trace. The Nether boss laughed even crazier. "Nether God Lord, protect our clan." The other 3 also shouted at the same time, "Nether God Lord, protect our clan. Nether God Lord, protect our clan." In the shouting, the 4 people emitted black gas at the same time and turned to ashes. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was solemn. The religious slogans of the Netherworld 6 before their death were like a layer of dark clouds, covering his head. It seemed that he had provoked a very scary existence again, the Netherworld clan, a race that almost disappeared in the long river of history. How scary is this race from hell, not belonging to the human world? What level are the Netherworld 6 in the Netherworld clan? Why can they be so confident that they can definitely kill him? The 6 people turned into black gas and completely dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving no trace. It was impossible to use the resurrection of the dead on them, but even if there was flesh and blood left, the resurrection of the dead seemed to be ineffective. This was the first time that Lin Moyu encountered the failure of the resurrection of the dead. After thinking about it, it was not a problem with the magic, but the specialness of the Netherworld clan. In addition, they could recognize the immortal flame, and Lin Moyu had a guess in his heart. It seems that they are really inseparable from hell. It is said that there is a dark pool in hell. What exactly is the dark pool? Scanning his eyes, he saw the boundary bead. The boundary bead glittered, and an invisible force surged from it. In addition to the boundary bead, there are 6 rule worlds. Because of the influence of the boundary bead, the rule world did not collapse immediately after the death of the 6 underworld masters. 10. However, the boundary bead has a time limit and cannot last too long. Lin Moyu's consciousness moved slightly, and a large number of skeleton gods appeared and rushed into the rule world. Perhaps, some clues can be found from the rule world of the 6 underworld masters. The skeleton gods kept taking out things from the 6 rule worlds, no matter what they were, no matter whether they were useful or not, they would get them first. The rule world of Daozun was very large, and Lin Moyu didn't know whether it was safe inside. If its master was still alive, Lin Moyu would not dare to go in at all, which would be no different from seeking death. Now, once the master is dead, the danger of the rule world will naturally no longer exist. The skeleton generals moved quickly, taking out everything inside as if they were raiding a house. After a while, Lin Moyu had piled up a mountain in front of him. Lin Moyu did not sort out the things immediately, but took them away directly and looked back slowly. There were faint breaths rising in the distance, and the spirit beasts here did not welcome him as a stranger. If it were not for Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozuan, there would have been spirits coming to kill him. Lin Moyu felt that in a farther place, beyond the sight of the Eye of the Undead, there were more powerful spirit beasts, and they also began to pay attention to this place. If he did not leave, those powerful beings would come. Although Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozuan were powerful, they were also extremely powerful among the spirit beasts. As time passed, more and more spirit beasts came to pay attention, and roars kept ringing in his ears. Can't wait any longer. It was not wise to fight with the spirit beasts in the wilderness now. Lin Moyu took back the skeleton generals, grabbed the boundary bead, and took out the origin shuttle at the same time. The whole person got into the origin shuttle, and the origin shuttle suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. As Lin Moyu left with the boundary bead, the rule world of the 6 underworld masters also collapsed, and the items inside fell into the endless void and disappeared completely. The origin shuttle was once the flying magic weapon that the Tianqian sect was proud of. The fame of the origin shuttle was unimaginable. The origin shuttle of the first level of Daozun is faster than many flying magic weapons of the second and third levels of Daozun. If Lin Moyu used the origin shuttle to leave at the beginning, the 6 underworld masters might not be able to catch up with him. Lin Moyu stood in the origin shuttle, and with his consciousness, the surrounding pictures became transparent, and the situation outside the origin shuttle was completely revealed. The wilderness retreated quickly under him, and Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Dead and adjusted the flight path of the origin shuttle. Try to avoid the territory of powerful spirit beasts as much as possible and do not provoke them for the time being. The origin shuttle has flown tens of thousands of kilometers in a blink of an eye and entered another area. A high mountain appeared in front of it, and the origin shuttle suddenly stopped. The mountain was 100,000 meters high, and the peak was not sharp, but very flat. It was as if someone had flattened the peak with a sword. The mountain gave Lin Moyu a sense of danger. Lin Moyu believed in his spiritual sense and did not approach. An extremely powerful soul flame appeared in the Eye of the Dead. After just one glance, Lin Moyu immediately closed the Eye of the Dead and dared not look again. This soul flame is very powerful, even comparable to Guranyu. This is a spirit beast of at least the 6th level of Daozun. The stronger the soul flame, the more terrifying its strength. This kind of existence is better not to be provoked. After staying for only a few seconds, it turned around and detoured far away. Lin Moyu was relieved until the mountain disappeared from sight. The origin shuttle flew all the way, flying towards the direction that Xia Yuan had seen in advance. This flight lasted for more than 10 days. Most of the time, it passed through wilderness, and occasionally passed through some small cities. It is not easy to build a city here. The first thing is the origin spiritual vein. After finding the origin spiritual vein, you must also find an area where the number of spirit beasts is small and not strong, otherwise there will be a crisis of destruction at any time. The forces that can build a city here are extremely powerful, and most of them have backgrounds. Not all the cities that Lin Moyu passed by belonged to the human race. There were also cities of the demon race. The demon race city is very different from the human race, and the biggest commonality is the origin spiritual vein. Like the human race and the demon race, both need the origin spiritual vein. These days, the war trophies obtained from the 6 netherworlds were handed over to the human emperor for sorting. There were many magic weapons and origin crystals in them, which were all obtained by the Wei people from robbing houses. The wealth of the 6 people was not small, and there were quite a lot of origin crystals alone. Lin Moyu was too lazy to count and threw them all into the warehouse. Now he was rich and powerful, so he didn't care about such a small amount of origin crystals. 720. Unfortunately, nothing related to the netherworld was found. Lin Moyu guessed that even if there was such a thing, it might have been destroyed by them. The matter about the netherworld can only be discussed in the future. 18 days later, the origin finally arrived at the destination of this trip. The mountains are endless, the ancient forests are towering, and they exude a vast atmosphere. At this moment Lin Moyu has already gone deep into the hinterland of Dongzhou, where few people go, and it is the territory of spirit beasts. The Eye of the Dead opened, and saw countless spirit beasts in the dense forests of the mountains. Fortunately, the spirit beasts are not strong. The strongest one is only at the Daozuan level, so it is not difficult to deal with them. The only question is whether there will be a chain reaction, and whether there are more powerful spirit beasts in the deep mountains and forests. These are unknowns, and we can only know them after we go in. Lin Moyu called Xiaowu out. Xiaowu, confirm it again. Xiaowu's eyes were filled with mist, and a road emerged. Xiaowu connected the road to observe the terrain and luck. She pointed to the front. Yes, it's there, and there are still about 600 kilometers. As long as the direction is right, 600 kilometers is not too far, and it can be reached in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu did not act immediately, but released the heaven-swallowing rat. Xiao San, take a look here. Is there an origin spirit vein? Xiao San looked around with shifty eyes, his nose trembling constantly. After searching for a long time, he was a little unsure. It seems that there is an origin spiritual vein, but this origin spiritual vein seems a little strange. The origin shuttle slowed down and flew silently into the forest. There were many mountains, and many spirit beasts lived in the forest. Lin Moyu had to be careful. Lin Moyu activated a formation in the origin shuttle. The power of faith enveloped the origin shuttle, completely covering the breadth of the origin shuttle. Xiao San's nose kept trembling because Lin Moyu pointed in the direction. Coincidentally, the direction he pointed in was exactly the direction Xiao Wu pointed in. The origin spirit vein has the function of suppressing luck. It is normal for the origin spirit vein to exist in a place with strong luck. It's just that Xiao San said that this origin spirit vein is a bit strange. It's hard to tell where the strangeness is. The high mountains and ancient forests are full of green vitality, but gradually, Lin Moyu frowned. Strange, how can there be a trace of death in such a vibrant place? He is in charge of the Immortal Road, and is particularly sensitive to death. It's too unusual for death to suddenly appear in the forest full of vitality. Normally, dead air will only grow after some battlefields of wars and the death of countless lives. Could it be that a war broke out there? Many lives died, which produced dead air. Full of doubts, the origin shuttle passed through the mountains and finally stopped in front of a canyon. This canyon is not an ordinary canyon, but a mountain that was split by a sword. But it was not completely split, and there was no crack on the top of the mountain. It is called a canyon, but it is more like a huge cave. After countless years, you can still feel the powerful sword energy from the canyon. Based on the appearance of the canyon, Lin Moyu recalled how the strong man did it. The sword should be inserted into the mountain first, and then cut down, so the top of the mountain was not split. This is the origin continent, not the big world. Not only is the space solid, but everything inside it is solid. On the origin continent, it is impossible for stars to be destroyed and galaxies to collapse. Even if you want to destroy mountains and rivers, you have to work hard. Lin Moyu thought that he could split a mountain, but the power in it had to be maintained for countless years, and that was something that Song Yudaozen could do with the power of the Great Tao. Most importantly, there must be an origin spiritual vein here, otherwise the terrain would have changed over the years and it would not be stable at all. Xiao San whispered, "The origin spiritual vein is in the canyon." The direction that Xiao Sanyi pointed to was the same as the place Xiao Wu said. The origin shuttle slowly flew into the canyon, and the light suddenly weakened. Not long after flying, the light had completely disappeared. In the canyon, there was an invisible force that seemed to absorb the light. After careful observation, Lin Moyu found that this force came from the canyon itself. The material of the canyon itself is a special material that can absorb light. The surface of the canyon is not smooth, it looks like a honeycomb with countless small holes. Lin Moyu did not recognize this material, but judging from its ability to absorb light, it should be a good material. Lin Moyu was extremely alert. In this unfamiliar environment, anything could happen. Even the Eye of the Dead could not be completely trusted. What if there was a spirit beast that could cover the Eye of the Dead? Xiao San kept sensing the origin spiritual vein. It could sense that it was getting closer and closer to the origin spiritual vein. The canyon was 500 kilometers long. The origin shuttle passed through silently without encountering any danger. Finally, it came to the end of the canyon. It was already dark here. All the light disappeared. The origin shuttle stopped again. In front of it, in the darkness less than a kilometer away, wisps of dead air were bubbling out like a fountain. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that the canyon itself not only absorbed light, but also absorbed these dead air. The dead air that came out was absorbed by the canyon, so it did not leak out. These dead airs are deadly medicine for living beings. Whether it is a spirit beast or a flower or a tree, as long as it touches the dead air, its vitality will quickly disappear. There seems to be a barrier at the end of the canyon. This barrier greatly reduces the speed of the dead air leakage and also allows the canyon to absorb and digest the dead air in time. But the spiritual vein that Xiao San mentioned and the place with strong luck that Xiao Wu pointed out are just behind the canyon. Lin Moyu thought that to get there, he must pass through the dead air barrier. No one knows what is behind the dead air barrier. Suddenly, Wu Xingtianqi rushed into the canyon. Lin Moyu was shocked and immediately wanted to let the origin shuttle dodge. There was no place to hide in the canyon. Lin Moyu could only control the origin shuttle to fly upwards until it reached the top of the canyon. After a while, he saw thousands of spirit beasts rushing in like they didn't care about their lives, and they crashed into the barrier densely. There are all kinds of spirit beasts, some look like eagles, some look like jackals, and some look like rabbits. There are other shore realms, supreme beings, and heavenly beings. They were smashed to pieces on the barrier and died on the spot. The originally dark screen suddenly lit up, and Lin Moyu was shocked. Formation. The barrier at the end of the canyon turned out to be a formation. Not only the barrier, but also the two sides of the canyon were also arranged with formations. These spirit beasts used their lives to attack the formation, as if they wanted to smash it. The formation was extremely powerful, and no matter how these spirit beasts attacked, it did not move at all. The spirit beasts died, and their flesh and blood were absorbed by an invisible force, and more death energy emerged, and was quickly absorbed by the canyon. Lin Moyu felt it carefully, and he felt that after this wave of impact, the formation in the canyon seemed to be weakened by 1/1,000,000th. This kind of weakening is not felt by ordinary people at all. But Lin Moyu still sensed it. These spirit beasts, at the cost of their own lives, used the water grinding method to try to break through the formation. After they died, their blood and flesh power was absorbed by the existence behind the formation, and then more death energy erupted, as if something was about to come out, but was blocked by the formation. The death energy was absorbed by the special material of the canyon. What is hidden behind the formation? After watching the whole process, he also had his own guesses. The person who split the mountain set up this formation to prevent the things behind the formation from coming out. Zhao Didi. As all the spirit beasts were killed, the formation gradually dimmed, and darkness enveloped the canyon again. Lin Moyu suddenly saw that there was a protruding stone in a corner in front of the formation. The whole canyon was very flat without any rocks, and this protruding stone looked very abrupt. And he also saw that there seemed to be words engraved on the stone. He put away the origin shuttle and descended. Death Chi. Without the protection of the origin shuttle, Lin Moyu immediately felt the death chi in the canyon. The closer he was to the formation, the thicker the death chi. These death chi continued to spread outward until they were all absorbed by the canyon after 1,000 meters. However, the mere death chi was not enough for Lin Moyu. It was nothing. The vitality in his body was running, and the majestic vitality directly melted the dead energy without being affected at all. He came to the protruding stone, which was about 2 meters high and half of it was broken. There were words engraved on the stone, and Lin Moyu ejected a ball of immortal flame, illuminating the surroundings. The stone was written in an extremely ancient language, which was very different from the current language. This language had long been lost, and not many people could understand it now. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had purchased a large amount of information, including information on ancient characters, so Lin Moyu could still understand it. The world was destroyed, and the 5 continents fell apart. Yin and Yang collided, hell was broken, and swept the world. Now there is hell. The text stopped here. Lin Moyu looked at the broken end of the stone. It didn't look like it was broken by a sharp weapon, but more like it was broken by a huge force. No need to think, it was broken by a spirit beast. If the stone was not strong enough, it would probably not even have slag left. Looking at the few words left on the stone, Lin Moyu's heart was in turmoil. Jiuzhou. The word written on the stone was Jiuzhou. Even a 3-year-old child knew that there were only 4 continents in the origin continent today, namely the southeast, northwest, and northeast, and he had never heard of Jiuzhou. Could it be that there were 9 continents on the origin continent, but only 4 continents remained after the catastrophe? Hell is the power of Yin, and the world is the power of Yang, so Yin and Yang conflict with each other. After hell was shattered, the 6 lords of the netherworld also said something similar. In Lin Moyu's understanding, after hell was shattered, the power of hell came to the world. The conflict between Yin and Yang of the origin power will bring terrible disasters to the world. But how could hell be shattered in 593 strokes? And his own skeleton hell, resurrection of the dead, undead flame, etc., all seemed to be related to hell. Lin Moyu was infinitely curious, and he felt that the things behind the formation were very important to him. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone and tried it. The stone was extremely solid, and it was difficult for him to destroy it with his power, and he could not leave any marks on it. Then Lin Moyu summoned Zhao Dongxing and asked Zhao Dongxing to try it. Surprisingly, even Zhao Dongxing could not damage the stone. The stone was more solid than he imagined. Even the Dao Zun 6th realm can't leave a mark on it. How can such a solid stone be broken? Lin Moyu stroked the broken part with his palm, and suddenly he felt an unusual force. Death Chi is caused by the long-term corrosion of Death Chi. However, Death Chi can't completely corrode the stone, it can only form a relatively weak crack. Then this crack caused the stone to break under the repeated attacks of the spirit beast. It is the existence behind the formation, who doesn't want anyone to see the information on the stone, so he did it on purpose. So, Lin Moyu looked at the formation, and he realized that the broken stone was likely to enter the formation. Such a solid stone is difficult to be truly destroyed, and it may still be there. If you can read all the words on the stone, you can get more information. He shot out a lot of fire, and the fire illuminated the depths of the canyon. Lin Moyu searched in the formation for a moment and finally found a clue. In the formation, there was a place where the black gas was particularly abundant, more than other places. It was as if a hole was torn in the formation, and the existence inside could not come out, but it was enough to accommodate some small objects. For example, the broken stone. If the stone can go in, then he should be able to go in too. However, Lin Moyu did not go in immediately. He summoned a skeleton god and asked the skeleton god to go in and explore first. The skeleton god general came to the gap in the formation and drilled in. The death energy had no effect on the skeleton god general. The skeleton god general was originally an immortal creature, and it was constantly emitting death energy. It was good enough that it did not corrode others, so how could it be affected by external death energy? After the skeleton god general entered, he lost contact with Lin Moyu. However, Lin Moyu could sense that the skeleton god general was not dead and was currently in a safe state. After waiting for 2 minutes, he found that the skeleton god general was still alive, and Lin Moyu finally felt relieved. He sent a few more skeleton god generals in, and after finding that these skeleton god generals were safe and sound, Lin Moyu took action himself. The power of death surged throughout his body, and he used the power of death to protect himself and drilled into the formation from the gap. The death energy and the power of death seemed to have the same origin. Although there were differences, they did not invade each other. After passing through the formation, the picture suddenly changed in his eyes, and a strong source of power rushed towards him. Lin Moyu was delighted. Such a rich source of power, this source of spiritual vein is not low in level. According to Lin Moyu's perception, this source of spiritual vein in front of him is at least above the 5th level, and it is very likely to be the 6th level. The reason why the luck here is so strong is also because of the existence of this source of spiritual vein. Looking around, he did not find any broken stones. The earth is clean, without any grass or trees, and there is no vitality. The air is filled with a lot of dead air. How can there be flowers, plants, and tree beds in a place full of dead air? There is a touch of red light in the distance, and red waterfalls are falling. These red waterfalls are not flowing with flames, but magma. The magma turned into waterfalls, flowing down from the 9 heavens, forming rivers of fire on the earth. It looks a bit like the Hellfire River. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. This scene is too similar to the Hellfire River in the Skeleton Hell. With a thought in his mind, a large number of skeleton gods appeared and flew in all directions. Lin Moyu didn't even spare the top of his head, and he had to explore every corner clearly. He knew that he had entered an independent world, and the laws of the Great Way here were different from those in the outside world. This feeling was a bit similar to the origin of the secret treasure. The skeleton god general came to the nearest fire river, and suddenly, the fire river exploded, and the creatures made of magma rushed out of the fire river. It was so fast that it knocked the skeleton god general away. The terrible flame instantly ignited the skeleton god general, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the skeleton god general was burned to ashes. The magma monster quickly returned to the fire river and disappeared. The burned skeleton god general was resurrected in the ashes, but at this moment it was far away from the fire river, and no magma monster rushed out. Everything seemed to have returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The monsters rushing out of the fire river are somewhat similar to the evil spirits of hell. Lin Moyu saw it and felt that this world was very similar to the skeleton hell. Boom! The earth shook, the magma waterfall exploded, and firebirds flew out of the waterfall and rushed straight to the skeleton god general. Their power was much stronger than that of the skeleton god general. Under the collision, the skeleton god general was quickly burned to ashes and had no experience of resistance. Lin Moyu felt it carefully and found that the power of these magma monsters had reached the level of high-level Tianzuan, which was indeed far superior to the skeleton god general who was only a low-level Tianzuan. At the end of this hurricane warship trip, Lin Moyu expected some mistakes. He did not enter the middle-level Tianzuan and was still a step away. If he could enter the middle-level Tianzuan, then the Dragon Rider Corps could deal with these magma monsters. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not impossible to fight. Lin Moyu was confident. He controlled the skeleton god general to come to the river again. The fire river exploded, and a magma monster rushed out. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell was released, instantly engulfing the magma monster. The skeleton hell covered a large area of the fire river. In an instant, the fire river exploded and a large number of magma monsters rushed out of the fire river. The skeleton hell was not to be outdone. A large number of hell evil spirits rushed out and fought with the magma monsters. They bit and wrestled with each other, neither giving in. Lin Moyu found that the Hell Zone spirit had no effect on the magma monster's flames. The hell evil spirits usually bathed in the Hellfire River and had extremely strong resistance to flames. As long as the flames were not too outrageous, they were not afraid at all. Both sides were high-level Tianzuan, and they were evenly matched in terms of combat power. However, in terms of quantity, the Hell Zone spirit had an absolute advantage. One by one, the magma monsters were destroyed. After they died, the hell evil spirits rushed into the magma and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The extremely hot magma had no effect on them. The hell evil spirits swallowed the magma at an astonishing speed like a dragon sucking water, and the magma decreased rapidly. As the hellish spirits devoured the magma, the Hellfire River became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu was delighted. These magmas are a great tonic for the Hellfire River. The next second, he expanded the scope of the skeleton hell, covering more magma and releasing more hellish evil spirits. At the same time, he was sure that there must be a certain connection between his skeleton hell and the real hell. The gate of hell, the Hellfire River, nothing comes for no reason, there must be an internal cause. A large amount of magma was swallowed up, and the Hellfire River rolled more violently, like a big river, with turbulent waves. Suddenly, the dead air flowing in the air began to roll. Originally, the dead air just kept flowing towards the exit, smoothly and naturally. Now it suddenly became crazy, and the dead air gathered into a ball, forming a group of black mist, which formed a sharp contrast with the red magma. The dead air evolved into humanoid swordsmen, each of them holding a sharp sword, and there were thousands of them. Peak Heavenly Venerable. The peak Heavenly Venerable formed by the gathering of dead air is more powerful than the ordinary peak Heavenly Venerable. The living beings touched by them will be polluted by the dead air. But for Lin Moyu, these dead airs were nothing. With a thought in mind, the skeleton hell expanded its range again, swallowing up these dead air swordsmen without any courtesy. The flames were boiling, and the evil spirits of hell attacked frantically. With an absolute advantage in numbers, the dead air sword field was torn to pieces. The dead air swordsmen were torn to pieces, and the dead air was eaten by the evil spirits of hell. They really accepted everything and ate everything. Finally, the magma became dry and the bottom was exposed. This is original spiritual vein. An original spiritual vein was revealed, but this original spiritual vein was very strange, and it actually exuded the breath of death. But in the breath of death, there was a trace of vitality. Some of the original spiritual veins in the world do not have special properties. Only a few original spiritual veins have specific properties. However, many practitioners, in order to facilitate their own cultivation, will cultivate the spiritual veins after obtaining the original spiritual veins so that they have specific properties. Like the 8th level spiritual vein in the Hansui Holy Land, it did not have any properties at the beginning, and then it was cultivated by the Hansui Holy Land for generations. Nowadays, a part of it has the property of ice and cold, which is in line with the inheritance of the ancient family of the Hansui Holy Land. However, there are still some parts that still have no properties. This part of the original spiritual vein flows outward and spreads, becoming the territory controlled by the Hansui Holy Land. Not only the Hansui Holy Land does this, but many major forces that have original spiritual veins are doing this. And the original spiritual vein in front of him has most of the breath of death and a few vitality, forming a sharp contrast. Lin Moyu couldn't tell whether it was formed naturally or modified by human effort. Suddenly, his heart was throbbing, and a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, as if he had a sudden inspiration. Opportunity. In the Hurricane battleship, he didn't become a mid-level heavenly venerable until the end. He was always a step short of the mark, a little worse than expected. It can only be said that the opportunity has not arrived. Unexpectedly, the opportunity has arrived now. Lin Moyu was not polite. He opened his mouth and sucked. A huge amount of original power suddenly rolled out of the revealed original spiritual vein. The original power contained both life and death, which corresponded exactly to Lin Moyu's immortal road. Lin Moyu sucked greedily, and the level of the original spiritual vein was high enough. A large amount of original power entered his body and resonated with the laws of heaven. Not only was the immortal road resonating, but also the space and time roads were resonating. Before, Lin Moyu had already reached the limit of the 3 roads to the low-level Tianzuan, and was only a line away from the middle-level Tianzuan. And this line was crossed at this moment. Lin Moyu's breath climbed up step by step, and a sound like glass breaking sounded in the soul world. The bottleneck leading to the middle-level Tianzuan was blasted to powder, and Lin Moyu's breath soared sharply, officially entering the middle-level Tianzuan. As the realm was raised, the power of the entire undead army was rapidly increasing. The skeleton god went directly from the low-level Tianzuan to the middle-level Tianzuan, and was even more powerful than Lin Moyu himself. The leaders and captains of the Dragon Riders Corps have all become high-level heavenly venerables. The Dragon Riders in the Corps have also entered the middle-level heavenly venerables. Their fighting power is stronger than that of the skeleton god generals. Zero asking for flowers. A small realm upgrade is a revolutionary change for Lin Moyu. It is really something I can't get, but I can get it without asking. Lin Moyu smiled. His choice was not wrong. It was indeed an opportunity to come here. The Tying talisman appeared, shining. Its appearance told Lin Moyu that the outside world was once again controlled by the Tying origin. The appearance of the Tying origin has greatly increased the power of the skeleton hell. As the son of Tying, the most important thing is not to improve strength, but to improve luck. If the luck is strong enough, everything can be turned into good luck and solved. Tying talisman. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. The voice was full of surprise and contained a vast atmosphere. Just hearing this voice, Lin Moyu felt that the other party had existed for a very long time. Lin Moyu looked in the direction where the voice came from, and vaguely saw a palace suspended in the air above the lava waterfall. Before entering here, Lin Moyu knew that there were living beings inside. Now hearing this voice, it doesn't feel strange. Lin Moyu is just curious about what kind of existence can survive from such a long time ago. Do you want to go and see? Lin Moyu actually has the answer to this question in his mind. Whether it is out of curiosity, or because this place is related to hell, or for the origin of the spiritual vein. For various reasons, Lin Moyu will go to see what is going on. However, if you go to see it, you must also pay attention to countermeasures and not be blind. There is nothing wrong with being cautious, and be prepared before going. Lin Moyu sent a voice message to Xiaowu in the rule world. Xiaowu, luck. Xiaowu, who was playing with Xiaoye, pointed at the void and said, "Here you go." That impatient look made Lin Moyu speechless for a while, as if he had disturbed her. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is luck. Dragon roars sounded, and luck rose sharply. Lin Moyu was once again blessed with good luck. With strong luck, Lin Moyu headed towards the palace in the sky. All the magma waterfalls exploded, and hundreds of thousands of firebirds flew out densely and attacked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu summoned the Dragon Riders Corps, and the Corps leaders led the Dragon Riders Corps to fight with the firebirds, and forcibly cut a path for Lin Moyu. After entering the middle-level Tianzuan, the combat power of the Dragon Riders Corps is almost the same as that of the magma firebirds. Coupled with the absolute advantage in numbers, it can completely form a crushing victory. Hundreds of thousands of firebirds were torn to pieces by the Dragon Riders, opening a wide road for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu spread his wings of the dead and flew towards the palace. The Dragon Riders protected Lin Moyu on the left and right wings, blocking all enemies for him. As the distance got closer, the palace that was only vaguely visible gradually became clearer. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and he felt that there were two forces in the palace. These two forces were constantly fighting, and groups of dead air rushed out of the palace. At the same time, at the bottom of the palace, magma gushed out. The palace was the source of dead air and magma, and all the problems here came from the palace. As Lin Moyu approached, the vibration of the palace became more and more intense. Suddenly, a gate appeared on the palace. The Gate of Hell. Lin Moyu was shocked. The Gate of Hell that appeared on the palace was 80% similar to the Gate of Hell in his skeleton hell. Compared with the one in the 890 prison in the skeleton land, the gate in front of him was more exquisite, magnificent, and powerful. It's just that it's illusory and real. The Gate of Hell in the skeleton hell is much more real. A black shadow appeared in the Gate of Hell. The shadow was so deep that it seemed that one would fall into it if one looked at it. The shadow turned with a buzzing sound, and all the dead air in the space was sucked away by the shadow in an instant. In just half a second, there was no more dead air in the space, and it was all sucked away by the shadow. The shadow appeared on the ground like teleportation, turning into a black pool. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Netherworld black pool. Someone used a secret method to evolve the Gate of Hell, and then evolved the Netherworld black pool from the Gate of Hell. As soon as the thought came up, his body sank suddenly, and the Netherworld black pool generated infinite suction, trying to drag him down. Lin Moyu fell quickly and fell towards the Netherworld black pool. The wings of the undead vibrated rapidly to resist this suction. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu's own power was not strong enough to resist, and he was still dragged down. A pair of bloody giant eyes appeared in the Netherworld black pool, and a huge creature poked its head out of the Netherworld black pool. Lin Moyu was not panicked. He snapped his fingers, and the Skeleton King, who had not moved for a long time, responded. The Skeleton King now has the combat power of the peak Heavenly Venerable, and is the strongest in the Undead Legion. Thousands of Skeleton Kings appeared in the sky. Lin Moyu stepped on the shoulder of one of the Skeleton Kings, and the Skeleton King immediately flew up with all his strength. The rest of the Skeleton Kings waved their bone swords at the same time and killed towards the Netherworld black pool. Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly, and the skeleton hell appeared above the Netherworld black pool, covering it. The suction of the Netherworld black pool fell on the skeleton hell, and it was instantly marked. Spell, White Bone / God. The Skeleton King waved his bone sword at the same time, and the bones behind him sank and floated. The law of bones was connected into a sea of bones. With this sword, the bones in the sea of bones shook at the same time, turning into countless sharp swords, and also broke into the minister of the Nether Black Pool. The sword light engulfed the Nether Black Pool, and the creature in the Nether Black Pool was beaten back by the sword light before it really appeared. Lin Moyu vaguely heard a scream, and the scream came from the palace. The gate of hell shook for a while, as if it would collapse at any time. The huge head in the Nether Black Pool poked out again, and the Nether Black Pool rolled up waves, turning into a long whip, madly whipping the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King swung his sword and chopped, and fought with it. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "Skeleton God General, come out." In an instant, every corner of the space was filled with Skeleton God Generals. The upper limit of Skeleton God Generals is 30 billion, which is obviously not so large in this space. Just summoning 10 billion Skeleton God Generals has occupied most of the space. 10 billion, enough. Lin Moyu sneered, "Do it." Hundreds of billions of skeleton generals swung their swords at the same time. They inherited the Skeleton King's magic. Magic, White Bone God /. In an instant, hundreds of billions of sword lights fell on the Netherworld Black Pool and the monster's head at the same time. Although each sword was far inferior to the Skeleton King, there was a huge difference. But the number of skeleton generals was too large, 10 billion compared to 1,000, a full million times more. Even if each sword could only cause insignificant damage, a million times increase was not so easy. Screams were heard again in the palace, the gate of hell shook more violently, and the netherworld black pool collapsed even more. The monster with only its head was almost chopped to pieces. The Skeleton King got rid of the entanglement, rushed to the edge of the netherworld black pool, and swung the bone sword and chopped it up frantically. The monster was injured again, and its head was broken before it could achieve success. Under the Skeleton King's bombardment, the netherworld black pool finally shattered. Before it was broken, the monster that didn't appear in the end screamed unwillingly. The gate of hell shook again, and then a huge black shadow appeared. I am the first judge under the seat of the Lord of Hell. Those who violate my hell will fall into the netherworld forever and never be reborn. The black shadow held a huge axe in his hand, walked out of the gate of hell, and killed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu murmured, Lord of Hell? First Judge? I don't care who you are. The real fire has been struck, and the first judge who appeared in front of him is only at the level of Dao Zun, which is nothing at all. The star arrow lich appeared beside him, and the great Dao of arrows was stimulated. The star arrow lich turned into a sharp arrow and instantly pierced the first judge's eyebrows, and then turned back twice, piercing its neck and heart respectively. The star arrow lich was too fast and completed the attack in an instant. The huge force directly crushed the first judge. Lin Moyu stood on the shoulder of the Skeleton King, still flying towards the palace, getting closer and closer. The gate of hell shook again, and it continued to evolve. Lin Moyu had discovered that as the gate of hell continued to evolve, its power had become weaker and weaker. I want to see what you can come up with. Lin Moyu sneered, even with some disdain. Fake is always fake, no matter how real it looks, it is not fake after all. The gate of hell completed its evolution again, and at this moment it has become illusory and ethereal, and it will collapse at any time. It can be predicted that this is its last evolution. Another figure appeared at the gate of hell. It flew out slowly, stretched its body, and turned into a dragon. Lin Moyu frowned. Evolved into a dragon? The dragon roared, I am the guardian dragon under the seat of the Lord of Hell, and you, the young man, have violated the dignity of hell, damn it. It sprayed Dragon Breath 5.0 towards Lin Moyu, and wherever the dragon breath passed, dense cracks suddenly appeared in the space. This guy who claimed to be the guardian dragon had reached the 4th level of Dao Zun in terms of power. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, giant sword, kill him. The great sword Daoist master appeared beside Lin Moyu, his hands turned into swords, and he waved gently. A terrifying giant sword suddenly appeared in the air and slashed towards the guardian dragon. Under the absolute power suppression, the guardian dragon had no power to resist and was destroyed by the sword light. Lin Moyu said with disdain, it was originally a fake thing. If it was really a guardian dragon, I would have to die. Although I don't know what the identity of the Lord of Hell is, I think he must be a terrifying and powerful person. The guardian dragon under the seat of such a strong person is probably not weak. It would be strange if a rookie like me didn't die. The illusory gate of hell collapsed, and Lin Moyu finally came to the front of the palace and strode in. The palace is simple and quaint, and it also exudes a vast atmosphere, telling the visitor how long it has existed. Lin Moyu has seen the 3 big characters on the Jade Sword City, which also exudes a vast atmosphere and is filled with time. But compared with this palace, the difference is too great, not even in the same order of magnitude. Lin Moyu knows that he is the first person to come here in countless years. If it were someone else, even a Dao Zun in the 4th realm, he would not be able to come here. It's not that he is so powerful, just the terrifying death energy in the outside world is enough to make any Dao Zun retreat. And he ignores the interference of the death energy, which alone is better than most people. And the repeated evolution of the Gate of Hell prevents the last guardian dragon from retreating even if it is a Dao Zun in the 4th realm. Walking in the palace, he found that it was empty, except for one thing, there was nothing else. His eyes naturally fell on the only item in the palace, which was a 2-meter-high ice block, which was called ice, but it was not. Lin Moyu could feel that the ice block was made up of the power of origin, and was also filled with the power of destiny. Ten seeing this, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of something, self-sealing. In order to confirm his guess, Lin Moyu asked the giant sword Dao Zun, is it self-sealing? The giant sword Dao Zun nodded, it is a self-sealing jade, and the materials used for self-sealing are excellent, better than ours. It uses an entire origin spiritual vein to suppress the luck and seal itself. In this state, he can live longer than us, and the speed of weakening of power is also better than ours. The giant sword Dao Zun knows more than Lin Moyu and has more experience than Lin Moyu, but his analytical ability is far inferior to Lin Moyu. This is even more so in terms of spiritual perception, which is far different. Lin Moyu can see that the self-sealing jade in front of him also has a very long time. This is no longer a few 100,000 years, millions of years can be described, at least tens of millions of years, which has far exceeded the lifespan limit of the Dao Zun. It can only be said that the Dao Zun here is not an ordinary Dao Zun, or even a Dao Zun at all. Finally someone is here. A sigh interrupted Lin Moyu. Moyu's thoughts. Lin Moyu looked at the self-sealing jade and knew that it was the person inside who was talking. He was a little alert. Senior, are you waiting for someone? The man said, yes, I am waiting for someone, but I don't know if it is you. But you have the Tying talisman. As the son of Tying, you should be the one who can come here. There was an inexplicable confidence in his voice. Lin Moyu didn't know where his confidence came from. Was it the senior who evolved the gate of hell just now? The voice said, it was not me, but someone else. Someone else? Lin Moyu looked around and didn't find anything else. At this time, the man's tone became serious. You have to listen carefully to what I am going to say next. It concerns your own life and death, as well as the survival of the Jiuzhou land. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. It's so serious, but I don't know whether the Jiuzhou land that the senior said is the origin continent where I am. Origin continent? The voice was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding. Lin Moyu looked at the giant sword Dao Zun. Do you know the Jiuzhou land? The giant sword Dao Zun shook his head. I don't know. Lin Moyu thought about it and called Xiao San out. Xiao San, do you know the Jiuzhou land? The sky-swallowing rat has a bloodline inheritance, and its inheritance is extremely ancient. Perhaps it can know the information of the Jiuzhou land from its bloodline. Xiao San tried hard to find the memory in his bloodline, and finally got the answer after a few breaths. I found it. It turns out that our origin continent was originally called Jiuzhou land. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He had guessed it when he saw the land of Jiuzhou on the stone before. Unexpectedly, the guess came true. It seems that there were not only 4 continents in the origin continent, but 9 continents in total. For some reasons, the 5 continents became the 4 continents today. The voice was silent for a moment before whispering, it seems that this war is more tragic than we imagined. Lin Moyu said, Senior, can you tell me about that war? The voice said, it's better not to talk about things that have been buried in history. You are still alive and well now, which means that we won that war. As long as the result is good, there is no need to pursue the process. Lin Moyu was a little unwilling, but we can learn from the process. If something similar happens again, we may be able to avoid it. The man said, it's good that you have the intention, but your strength is too weak. It's meaningless to know. Okay, listen to what I say next, otherwise you may die here today. Lin Moyu knew that the other party was unwilling to say, so he stopped asking, Senior, please speak. The man said, my name is Qingshan, and people call me Qingshan Xingjuan. I sealed myself here to suppress something. This thing comes from hell, and it should be one of the remaining fragments of hell. When hell was destroyed, a small amount of fragments may have fallen into the world. The origins of yin and yang conflicted, and the fragments of hell produced a weak spiritual intelligence. It began to pollute the spiritual veins and wanted to evolve the entire world into a new hell. I found it and suppressed it with all my strength. You must be wondering how I can live so long? Because I am a Star-Lord, I have already partially left the realm of Daozun, and I have abandoned my physical body and only use my soul to suppress it, plus I have sealed myself up, so I can exist for many years. But I also know that this is not a long-term solution. Someone told me that someone would come to help me in the future. That person has great luck, and you are the son of Tyene, with unparalleled luck, so it should be you. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be like this. The one who sealed himself here turned out to be Qingshan Star-Lord, who is one of the 28 constellations and the most powerful Star-Lord. With his power, suppressing a piece of hell fragments actually costs such a huge price. How powerful are hell fragments? If hell fragments are so terrible, how terrible should the complete hell be? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Senior Qingshan, what do these things you said have to do with whether I can save my life? Qingshan Qingjuan continued, my suppression has its limits. Even if you don't come, my limit will be almost over in hundreds of thousands of years. But since you are here, the next thing can be handed over to you. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. Leave it to me? What's the point of handing it over to me if even Qingshan Qingjuan can't handle it? I am not a great man of the 8th or 9th level of Daozuan, I am just a mid-level Tianzuan. Qingshan Qingjuan said, that person told me that the person who came will take over from me and solve the problem of the hell fragments. Lin Moyu immediately shouted, wait, Senior Qingshan, what is the name of the person you are talking about? Qingshan Qingjuan said, I can't say, what I can tell you is that he likes to wear green robes. Green robe old man. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and naturally such an old guy appeared. Lin Moyu was so angry that his teeth itched. It was the old man in green robe again. That old man and old woman, not only did they force his wife to be his apprentice, but they were also plotting against him. When Qingshan Qingjuan mentioned that it was the old man in green robe, Lin Moyu was sure that he was waiting for him. Lin Moyu felt that he seemed to have fallen into an extremely huge pit, and the one who dug the pit was the old man in green robe. At this point, he had no choice. After all, he came here on his own initiative, not forced by the other party. Curiosity kills the cat. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart and said, Senior Qingshan, please continue. Qingshan Qingjuan continued, wait a minute, I will lift the self-sealing, and then use the last strength to suppress the fragments of hell. But my power is not much left. Once I lift the self-sealing and use the extreme sublimation, my existence will be very short. You must get rid of the hell fragments in a short time. Lin Moyu exclaimed, you mean, I have to find a way myself? Qingshan Qingjuan said, that's about it, but it's not entirely up to you. I will use all my strength to help you. Over the years, the power of the hell fragments is actually not much left, not even 30% of its heyday. And in the last wave of suppression, I can still wear it down by about 20%, you only need to face the last 10%. It doesn't sound too difficult. Only 10% of the hell fragment is left. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with. But on second thought, it's not the case at all. Just ask, can I deal with the Daozun Geo realm with only 10% of its power? Although Lin Moyu is confident, he is not arrogant. What's more, the hell fragment is obviously stronger than the Daozun Geo realm. What can I do to deal with it? Will I take my life? Lin Moyu asked, what if I fail? Qingshan Qingjuan said, it's nothing. The hell fragment will drag you into the hell it evolves and become its servant, or kill you directly. But I think you would be willing to let it kill you directly. Once you become its servant, you will never be reincarnated. Then the hell fragments will devour the origin spiritual veins here, restore their full strength, and finally begin to evolve into a real hell. According to what you said, we are in Dongzhou. Maybe in 100,000 years, the entire Dongzhou will become a real hell. Then the scope of hell will become larger and larger, devouring the Boundary Sea and even other continents, until finally, the origin continent will become a hell world. Lin Moyu looked solemn. You actually gave me such a heavy task. You really think highly of me. Why don't those guys outside the stars come down to stop the hell fragments? Lin Moyu thought of those guys standing on the avenue outside the stars. They are extremely powerful. Can't they come down to stop them? Qingshan Qingjuan said, it's not that they won't come, but they can't come down. If they come, the world will collapse. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the old man in green robes. He almost destroyed the sword pressure city with just a breath of energy. If the real body comes, I'm afraid the whole world will collapse. Lin Moyu said, this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Senior, do you know that I am only a mid-level Tianzuan, and I have just been promoted? It is difficult to destroy the fragments of hell. Qingshan Qingjuan said, I believe what that person said, and I have confidence in you. You can come here, which has proved your strength. Many times, realm does not mean anything. The most important thing is the real combat power. I have seen some Daozuan in the 9th realm, who are not as good as Daozuan in the 6th realm. I have also seen Daozuan killed by low-level Tianzuan. There are many geniuses whose combat power cannot be measured by realm. Lin Moyu said, the era where the senior is really wonderful. In today's era, every realm difference is a world of difference in strength. It is not uncommon for a heavenly venerate to defeat a Daoist venerate, but that was a peak heavenly venerate who defeated an ordinary Daoist venerate. It was not what Qingshan Qingjuan said, a low-level heavenly venerate who defeated a Daoist venerate. But thinking of what happened to him, Lin Moyu felt that it was not impossible. After all, he did it. Qingshan Qingjuan said, are you ready? Lin Moyu immediately waved his hand. Wait, I have a few questions. Anyway, you have been waiting for so many years, so it doesn't matter if you wait for a while. Qingshan Qingjuan said, ask. Lin Moyu said, do you know about the Netherworld Black Pool and the Netherworld Clan? Qingshan Qingjuan said, yes, the Netherworld Black Pool is part of Hell. When Hell was broken, the Netherworld Black Pool was also broken. However, the Netherworld power in the Netherworld Black Pool did not disappear. The Netherworld power formed a road called the Netherworld Avenue. Some of the Netherworld Black water in the Netherworld Black Pool also escaped and disappeared. The Netherworld clan should have been contaminated by the Netherworld Black water, and their bloodline has changed. But there may be more than one Netherworld Black water that escaped that year. If you encounter one in the future, be careful. Lin Moyu finally understood the origin of the Netherworld clan. They were contaminated with the Netherworld Black water of the Netherworld Black Pool, which changed their blood and made them no longer human beings. The power from Hell is naturally incompatible with the power of the world. Lin Moyu thought of the Black Water realm in the Boundary Sea, which is somewhat similar to the Netherworld Black water. But it is not completely certain for the time being, and it can only be said that there are some similarities. Lin Moyu continued to ask, actually, I am very interested in the war that year. I don't know what happened, senior. Qingshan Qingjuan said, you will know it naturally after you surpass the 9th realm of Daozuan. Well, he still didn't want to say it, so Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions. Lin Moyu asked a few more questions, and he found that what he could ask was actually very limited. Although Qingshan Qingjuan was very strong, he had fallen behind this era too much. The things he knew were all very ancient things, and they were not very useful now. Lin Moyu thought for a while. The last question, do you know the 72 Swords of Origin? Qingshan Qingjuan shook his head. I have never heard of it. This shows that Qingshan Qingjuan existed earlier than the 72 Swords of Origin. Lin Moyu said, I heard that a treasure that suppressed the heaven and earth was lost, and then someone refined the 72 Swords of Origin to replace that treasure to suppress the origin continent. Qingshan Qingjuan's tone suddenly became excited. The tripod was lost? Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, then said, I don't know what treasure it is, I just heard from a weapon spirit. Is that thing called Shenzhou Ding? Hello, King, why not Jiuzhou Ding? Qingshan Qingjuan said, Jiuzhou is Shenzhou, just a different name, the same thing. I didn't expect that even the Shenzhou Ding was lost, no wonder Jiuzhou became 4 continents. But think about it, Hell is broken, and losing a Shinjo Ding seems normal. Lin Moyu asked cautiously, what is the Shinjo Ding used for? Qingshan Qingjuan said, it suppresses the heaven and earth and controls all the origin spiritual veins in the world. When a tripod comes out, thousands of spiritual veins bow their heads. What do you say it is used for? Lin Moyu took a breath. He didn't expect the Shinjo Ding to be so powerful. And what's more unexpected is that the Shinjo Ding is in his hands. And Teres was shocked when he got the Shinjo Ding. Obviously, he knew something, but he didn't tell himself. Controlling the spiritual veins of the world is really a good thing. Lin Moyu felt like he was holding a treasure without knowing it. Qingshan Qingjuan didn't know what he was thinking, and said lightly, are you ready? Lin Moyu felt like he was being forced to do something. Even if he was not ready, he had to do it. He had no choice but to do it. Old man, I've got this in mind. Don't let me get a chance in the future, or I'll pull out all your beard. He thought viciously in his heart. At this point, he could only trust the old man in green robe. He took a deep breath and said to Qingshan Qingjuan, let's get started. Qingshan Qingjuan said, okay, get ready, I'll start unsealing. The self-sealing jade burst into a brilliant light, gradually dissolving in the light, and the self-unsealing began. A powerful aura gushed out from the self-sealing jade. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that there were two powerful forces in the self-sealing jade. One force belonged to Qingshan Qingjuan, full of vitality. The other force belonged to the Hell Fragment, full of death. But Lin Moyu also had a feeling that at the extreme of death, in the deepest corner, the Hell Fragment also contained a little vitality. This little vitality seemed small, but it was difficult to destroy. This situation is exactly the same as writing about the Immortal Avenue. Not only the Immortal Avenue, but also his own skeleton hell is the same. It seems to be full of death, but in fact it contains a little bit of indelible vitality. It is precisely this indelible vitality that the Immortal Avenue can be called immortal. The self-sealing jade gradually melted, revealing the true situation inside. 207 Lin Moyu saw a soul. The soul was very powerful. If it had substance, if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell it was a soul at all. The soul was shining and extremely dazzling. There were Dao patterns flashing inside and outside the soul. The whole soul looked extremely noble. Starting from the 7th realm of Dao Zun, the Soul King will produce Dao patterns. Until the 9th realm, the whole soul body will be covered with Dao patterns. Usually Dao patterns are invisible, but when the soul fights with all its strength, Dao patterns will appear and bring great power to the soul. This is what Lin Moyu knows about the changes in the Dao Zun realm, but he doesn't know what it will be like to continue moving forward. Now, seeing the soul of Qingshan Qingjuan, Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. After reaching the 9th level of Dao Zun, one must integrate the Dao patterns into the soul, merge the scattered Dao patterns together, and form a complete Dao pattern. Lin Moyu saw that the Dao patterns of Qingshan Qingjuan had already shown a trend of fusion. It's just that the fusion has not been truly completed, only a small part has been merged. The fusion of only this small part of the Dao patterns has already given Qingshan Qingjuan the power that exceeds the 9th level of Dao Zun. The soul of Qingshan Qingjuan held a dark stone tightly in his hand, and the stone exuded a terrible death aura, and at the same time, flames continued to pour out of the stone. This stone is the fragment of hell. When Lin Moyu saw the fragment of hell, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere. This feeling is like the first time he saw the rune. He also had a similar feeling. This feeling is very strange. There is no source, but it really exists. The soul of Qingshan Qingjuan gave birth to a majestic force, suppressing the fragment of hell. A road emerged, with billions of mountains and rivers on the road, boundless. This is the road of Qingshan Qingjuan. What is the specific name? Lin Moyu didn't know. There are too many great ways in the world, endless, and no one can fully recognize them. The Great Way gushed out infinite power like a waterfall, and the Dao pattern in the soul of Qingshan Qingjuan shone and became more and more brilliant. Boom! The palace exploded, and countless Tao patterns emerged in the palace. Not only the palace, but also the entire space in all directions, there are Tao patterns emerging. These Tao patterns evolved into high mountains and dense forests, with majestic power, suppressing the world. The magma waterfall stopped flowing and completely stagnated. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, the soul merges with the Tao, and the body becomes the Tao. So that's it, I understand everything. I originally thought that after the 9th level of Taoism, the Tao pattern merged into the soul became the main body, and the body became dispensable. Now it seems that this is not the case. The soul is naturally the top priority, but the body is still equally important. The soul merges into the Tao, and the body evolves the Tao. At this time, the body becomes a weapon and magic weapon, and the soul is the person who controls the weapon and magic weapon. If the two are separated, the power will be greatly reduced, and if they are combined, the power will be greatly increased. Qingshan Qingjuan controls the fragments of hell with his soul, and at the same time seals it with his soul. The physical body evolved into this secret space to suppress all the power emitted by the fragments of hell. The mountain in the outside world is the result of his evolution of the great Tao. So the material of the mountain in the outside world is special, and Lin Moyu has never seen it before. Because it is not a real material at all, but a mountain evolved from the great Tao. Qingshan Qingjuan used his Tao to suppress the fragments of hell for countless years until he arrived. The fragments of hell are very powerful, and even if they are suppressed, it is difficult to really erase them. Lin Moyu didn't know why the old man in green robe was so sure that he could get rid of the fragments of hell. But now, he can only try his best. He has no choice. The power of the great Tao suppressed down, evolving into billions of mountains, and hitting the fragments of hell like iron. The roar exploded in his ears, and unimaginable majestic vision exploded in front of Lin Moyu. The distance between the two was less than 100 meters. This level of power, even if only a trace leaked out, Lin Moyu felt that he would be torn to pieces. But under the control of Qingshan Qingjuan, all the power did not leak out. What a terrible control! Lin Moyu admired in his heart, this control was really terrible. There are always after-effects in the Battle of Daozuan Realm, but the great battle supported by Qingshan Qingjuan did not even have any after-effects. The fragments of hell kept trembling under the bombardment, and the dead air emitted became less and less. The magma in the space declined rapidly until it cooled and became cold. The power of the fragments of hell was being rapidly weakened, and at the same time, the power of Qingshan Qingjuan was also rapidly weakened. He used the power of the great Tao to erase the power of the fragments of hell, and he himself was also seriously damaged. This kind of thing hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts himself 800 times. Lin Moyu knew that the fragments of hell could not be truly erased, and Qingshan Qingjuan also knew that he had no way to truly erase the fragments of hell. He could only try his best to temporarily suppress the power of the fragments of hell to the lowest level and create opportunities for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart was touched. "Senior Qingshan, why did you do this?" Qingshan Star-Lord chuckled, "Some things have to be done by someone, either you or me. I did what I thought I should do, and the rest is up to you." Lin Moyu said, "Do you really believe what that old guy said?" Qingshan Star-Lord laughed. "Believe? How can I not believe it?" Since he met Qingshan Star-Lord, his voice and tone have been extremely stable. Until now, his power is about to run out, as if his life is coming to an end. Qingshan Star-Lord suddenly laughed out loud. In the laughter, his avenue evolved into the last brilliance. Lin Moyu saw that Qingshan Star-Lord's soul was becoming dim, and the Tao pattern used by the soul was becoming brighter. The same is true for countless Tao patterns in the space. The Tao patterns are getting brighter and brighter, and Qingshan Star-Lord's breath is getting weaker and weaker. Just like a person's last moments, he has reached the last moment of his life. "Little guy, leave it to you." As he spoke, Qingshan Star-Lord's soul was extinguished. Lin Moyu took a step forward and took over from Qingshan Qingjuan, his eyes solemn. "Suppress." The power of the Hell Fragment is less than 10% of its heyday, which is already its weakest state. But even so, it is still not something Lin Moyu can deal with. When Lin Moyu's hand just touched the Hell Fragment, a terrible heat surged out, and Lin Moyu instantly turned into a fireman and was burned to ashes. With a flash of purple light, Lin Moyu completed his rebirth and resurrected. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu was still in fear, looking at the Hell Fragment unable to speak. It was just a moment, really just a moment. He didn't even have time to think about it, and he was burned to death. This gap in power level is simply impossible to fight. Lightning and thunder flashed in his mind, thinking about how to deal with the Hell Fragment. In just a moment, Lin Moyu thought of a way, and it was the only way. All his magic, including the origin magic, was not enough to deal with the Hell Fragment. Even if he used the Great Dao Immortal Pill and used the power to raise his realm to the limit. Dao Zun's 7th realm, 8th realm, even if he could reach the 9th realm, he could not deal with the Hell Fragment. If the Hell Fragments were so easy to deal with, the Qingshan Star Lord would not have to seal himself here for countless years. So there is no need to try these common methods. There are only two useful methods. One is the Calamity Scepter, which is the last trump card. The second is the Shinjo Ding. If the Shinjo Ding is really the terrible magic weapon that once suppressed the heaven and earth, it must also suppress the Hell Fragments. But he doesn't know how to use the Shinjo Ding, so he won't consider it for the time being. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking about the method, the Hell Fragments recovered a little power. Its recovery speed far exceeded Lin Moyu's imagination, and a large amount of dead air rushed out, and Lu flowed out from it. The space roared, the Qingshan Star Lord disappeared, and the space it transformed into with the flesh and blood was about to collapse. Lin Moyu had very little time left, and it was no longer a race against time. Even if every 10th of a second passed, the situation would be completely different. The Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand. Whether it was useful or not, Lin Moyu waved the Calamity Scepter and smashed it directly on the Hell Fragments. Boom! The terrifying power swept out, Lin Moyu was blown away, his whole body turned into a fireman again, and was instantly burned to ashes. In the purple light, Lin Moyu completed his second rebirth. It works. Lin Moyu saw cracks appear on the fragments of hell. Although the cracks were very small and were recovering rapidly, the appearance of cracks meant that the Calamity Staff could cause damage to it. It was not enough to just hit it once, but many times. Lin Moyu held the Calamity Staff and rushed up again, hitting it hard. Boom! The flames burst out, Lin Moyu was blown away again and burned to ashes at the same time. The power of the hell flames was too strong, and Lin Moyu had no power to resist. For the third rebirth, Lin Moyu rushed up again with the purple light that had not dissipated. Boom! The same scene appeared, and Lin Moyu got the fourth rebirth. In just 2 seconds, Lin Moyu completed 4 rebirths. This is unprecedented. There are only 6 chances to rebirth in 20 seconds. If it happens twice more, he will really die. After several hits, many cracks appeared on the Hell Fragment, but it was still a long way from being truly broken. And as long as you stop, the Hell Fragment will quickly recover. You can't stop, but you can't continue to hit it. If you die twice, you will really die. But if you stop for 20 seconds, the Hell Fragment will have recovered as before, or even become stronger. Lin Moyu's heart moved, took out the last Dao Immortal Pill, and threw it into the mouth. Origin of the art, gathering power. Origin of the art, powerful soldiers. The breath rose sharply, almost instantly breaking through the heavenly venerable realm and entering the Dao venerable realm. Then the breath rose steadily, and Lin Moyu temporarily entered the state of immortality with the help of the Great Dao Immortal Pill. Before the realm reached its peak, Lin Moyu had already rushed to the fragment of hell again. I don't believe that I can't smash you. He reached out and grabbed the fragment of hell, and in an instant, the flames attacked his body, and Lin Moyu turned into a fireman. The terrible power in the fragment of hell penetrated into Lin Moyu's body and burned his soul. But because of the existence of the great Tao immortal pill, Lin Moyu was not burned to ashes this time. In the flames, Lin Moyu smiled, and his eyes were even more crazy. The Calamity Scepter smashed down like lightning, thousands of times in an instant. The bangs kept ringing, and each one could shake the entire space and then break it. Lin Moyu's power is getting stronger and stronger. Under the effect of the two original magics, Lin Moyu's realm is directly promoted to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. Although he is not a real 7th realm of Dao Zun, his soul and body have no Dao patterns. A body of magic can't be as strong as the 7th realm of Dao Zun, but his pure power is just the 7th realm of Dao Zun. This state is very similar to those spirit beasts of the 7th realm of Dao Zun. No skills, only pure power. Lin Moyu turned into a fire giant of the 7th realm of Dao Zun, holding the Calamity Scepter, smashing the hell fragments crazily. Zero asked for flowers. The cracks of the hell fragments are getting more and more densely packed, covering every corner. Finally, after Lin Moyu smashed it crazily for 2 minutes, and it is unknown how many tens of thousands of times he smashed it, the hell fragments were finally smashed. The Calamity Scepter silently told Lin Moyu how hard he was. The hell fragments exploded, from one piece to thousands of pieces, broken into powder. A large amount of magma gushed out from the powder and intertwined with each other. Using the magma as a line, they wanted to regroup and recover again. It was not easy to smash this plaything. How could Lin Moyu restore it again? With a thought in his mind, the skeleton hell emerged and swallowed all the powder. The Hellfire River raised huge waves and swallowed the powder of the hell fragments into the Fire River. The Hellfire River is not afraid of the magma gushing out of the fragments. On the contrary, the Hellfire River can swallow the magma to strengthen itself. The skeleton hell was not used before because the hell fragments were too strong and the skeleton hell could not bear it at all. But now the situation has changed. The hell fragments have been smashed and the power has been greatly weakened. Each powder may not even have 1/10,000th of the fragment. The skeleton hell can already be divided and swallowed. The hell evil spirits made excited calls in the Fire River, and they bit the powder one by one. Countless hell evil spirits were burned to ashes, but soon resurrected in the Hellfire River. They continued to fight and were not afraid of death. The evil spirits of hell originally had no life. They devoured everything and were reborn in death, becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu discovered that his skeleton hell was transforming. The fragments of hell became the best nutrients for the skeleton hell, much better than the crystal of origin, and not comparable to other creatures. In the skeleton hell, the gate of hell appeared again, bathed in flames, becoming more and more exquisite, more and more powerful and magnificent. Lin Moyu vaguely felt a majestic breath, and he thought of the gate of hell he had seen before, as if he was moving closer to that gate. He had a hunch that if the skeleton hell continued to evolve, it might become a real hell. The skeleton hell devoured and digested the fragments of hell, and the breath became stronger and stronger, but the digestion speed was a bit slow and it took some time. 10 minutes later, the effect of the great Tao immortal pill disappeared, Lin Moyu collapsed and died on the spot, and then was reborn. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu stared at the skeleton hell fan in the transformation with excitement in his eyes. The skeleton hell is transforming, its aura has reached a critical point, and it is about to break through. As the master, Lin Moyu can feel that the change of the skeleton hell is unprecedented. It is not a simple change in realm, but a fundamental qualitative change, a complete transformation. This kind of transformation has happened before, and even he, the master, cannot predict what it will become. The aura of the hell fragment is disappearing. It is really destroyed. The hell fragment that Qingshan Qingjuan has been unable to erase for countless years was actually destroyed by himself, a little Tianzuan. Lin Moyu had a hint of excitement in his heart, but it was not excited for 2 seconds, and his face sank again. The old man in green robe actually calculated me and knew that I could reach the fragments of hell. How did he calculate it? Is he really omniscient and knows everything about the past and the future? What is this guy's purpose? And that old lady is so unreasonable that 470 forced to accept her as a disciple. What kind of six-phase formation is she trying to do? Two old guys, don't give me a chance in the future, otherwise I will definitely teach you a lesson. The skeleton held lasted for a moment at the critical point of transformation and suddenly shrank sharply, shrinking into an insignificant. The dot remained for about 10 seconds and began to vibrate sharply, and then with a loud bang, it exploded completely. This space was broken into pieces in the explosion, and the area where the magma flowed was flattened in an instant, and all traces were trapped. At this time, Lin Moyu saw a piece of rubble, which was the half that was broken before. The rubble is not a real stone, but the avenue of the flesh of Qingshan Qingjuan. The rubble cracked in the explosion and was about to break. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he stretched out his hand to grab the rubble. As the master of the skeleton hell, he was the only one who was not affected by the explosion. Lin Moyu read the remaining words on the rubble and connected them with the words he had seen before. The world is destroyed, and the land of Jiuzhou is broken apart. Yin and Yang collide, and hell is broken, sweeping the world. Now that fragments of hell have fallen into the world, I am afraid of causing a disaster, so I cut off my own way and enter the game with my body. It is not a pity that my body dies and my way disappears. If future generations remember it, please praise my name, and I may return to the world. The last signature is Qingshan Qingjuan. Lin Moyu looked at the translated words, and a storm was set off in his heart. He already knew the first half of the story. Fragments of hell fell into the world, and Qingshan Qingjuan cut himself off and came to suppress the fragments of hell with his body. For the land of Jiuzhou, this is a great good deed, enough for the world to inherit. What really shocked Lin Moyu was the second half of the sentence, please chant my name, and I may return to the world. Chanting the name of Qingshan Qingjuan, he can return to the world. If this is really possible, it is not true immortality. Even if he dies, as long as someone remembers him and chants his name all the time, he can be resurrected. If this ability really exists, it is simply the pinnacle of imagination and unheard of. If this is true, how can there be no corresponding information and legends on the origin continent? Lin Moyu doesn't know whether this is true or not, but he would rather believe it is true. As for Qingshan Qingjuan's actions, whether he has other purposes or not, as long as he does this, he is worthy of admiration. In this case, let's try it. Lin Moyu communicated with the human emperor in his heart and decided to build the faith tower of Qingshan Qingjuan in the rule world. Separate some people to chant the name of Qingshan Qingjuan day and night to see if he can really be resurrected. This kind of thing is just an idea for Lin Moyu, and the human emperor will arrange the rest. The explosion in the skeleton hell flattened the mountains on the earth, destroyed several nearby mountains, killed a large number of spirit beasts by the sudden explosion, and awakened countless spirit beasts. The spirit beasts continued to roar, angry and dissatisfied, but at this point, Lin Moyu had no choice. As long as the transformation of the skeleton hell was not over, he could not leave. A valley had been formed in the surrounding thousands of kilometers, the ground sank, and the origin spirit vein was revealed. A strong origin breath came out, and Lin Moyu found that this origin spirit vein was very strange. Some of the origin spirit veins were emitting death energy. And in the deepest part of the death energy, there was still a little tenacious vitality. Although it was somewhat different from the Immortal Avenue, it was somewhat similar to the Immortal Avenue. Lin Moyu had enjoyed the benefits it brought before, helping him break through and successfully promoted to the Tianzuan of the cooking level. Lin Moyu knew that the reason why some of the origin spirit veins became like this was because they were polluted by the fragments of hell and infected by the death energy for countless years, which caused this situation. The other part of the origin spirit veins remained normal and had no attributes. Without attributes, it was suitable for most practitioners to practice. It's really a good place, the most suitable place for me. With this origin spiritual vein, for Lin Moyu, cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. When practicing the immortal path, you can use this part of the origin spiritual vein that has been changed. When you want to practice the time and space path, you can use the other part of the origin spiritual vein. And other people can use the other part of the spiritual vein for cultivation. Everyone takes what they need. At this moment, Lin Moyu made up his mind to establish his own power here. The roar became stronger and stronger, and the spirit beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers expressed their dissatisfaction and were full of hostility towards Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu ignored them. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer care about these spirit beasts. The reason why he didn't provoke them before was because he hadn't walked down completely. Now, this place has become his territory, and he will not allow others to get involved, even spirit beasts. Amid the roar, the origin spirit beast finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Lin Moyu. The more spirit beasts there are, the more people will return to Lin Moyu. The skeleton god general and the dragon riders went out at the same time, surrounding the area within 1,000 miles and forming a tight defense. If the spirit beasts want to break in, they must first break through their defense. Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Dao Zuan also appeared outside, and they separated to the left and right, and were on both sides. If there are spirit beasts in the Dao Zuan realm coming, they will deal with them. Countless spirit beasts rushed to the front, and before they could make a move, the undead army had already taken the lead. The skeleton god general swung out dense sword energy, which covered the sky and the sun, covering thousands of miles. In an instant, countless weak spirit beasts were torn into pieces. After a wave of attacks, the number of spirit beasts rushing over has been reduced by 1/3 4.0. White Bone Battle Formation, Saint. The Dragon Riders Corps commander issued an order, and the Dragon Riders Corps attacked one by one. They also rarely have the opportunity to go all out. In this wilderness, they no longer have to worry about going all out. There was no need for the Skeleton King to take action. Thousands of dragon riders and tens of billions of troops, with just one encounter, almost flattened all the spirit beasts. Corpse blood fell from the sky like rain, dyeing the earth red. The blood of spirit beasts contained great vitality, permeating the earth, entering the origin spirit vein, and making the origin spirit vein even stronger. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Wu Xing is ruthless. His eyes swept through the surrounding mountains and forests, and wherever he looked, he had marked out his territory. The forces need a buffer zone, so use 100,000 miles as the boundary and flatten this place. The Undead Legion received the order and launched a strong attack, starting to sweep the area within 100,000 miles. There is a small city about 20,000 miles away from Lin Moyu. This city is not large, but it has been around for some time. The city was built not by humans, but by the demons. To be precise, it was the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf lineage in the demons. The Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf is quite powerful in the demons and is also a high-level force. They have been operating in Dongzhou for many years and have established several bases, and this city is one of them. The structure of the demons is different from that of humans. There are many factions in the demons, and there are many frictions between the factions. Only a few friendly factions will interact with each other. In the city built by the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf, there are only Hurricane Wolves besides the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf lineage. The Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf and the Hurricane Wolf are allies. They made a covenant to develop their power in Dongzhou and look for resources together. Not far from the city, a mountain has been hollowed out. This is a mine. There is a special mineral in the mountain with lightning properties, which is very beneficial to the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf. And the wind-attributed plant that accompanies it is of great benefit to the Hurricane Wolf. So the two tribes joined forces to build a city here, but the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf was the main one, and the Hurricane 14 Wolf was the auxiliary one. At this time, the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf and the city looked into the distance at the same time. Among the tens of thousands of Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolves, the leading Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf had the cultivation of the second realm of Dao Zun. His voice was sharp and his eyes were cold. What happened there? Beside him, a demon wolf with a blue body and surrounded by breezes said, there was a lot of noise. I can feel that there was a landslide and many spirit beasts were roaring angrily. The Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf thought, Could it be that someone wants to attack here? The hurricane wolf shook his head. There is something strange there. Didn't we go to see that canyon together that year? The blue-eyed thunder wolf hummed, that canyon is too dangerous. We all couldn't get in. Could it be that something strange happened in that canyon? The hurricane wolf whispered, it's hard to say. I hope it won't affect us here. Blue-eyed thunder wolf said, I received news before that the thunder light purple striped tiger has recently confronted the fallen leaf city of the human race. The two sides are fighting, and I estimate that this war will last for a while. 1. Hurricane wolf said, let them fight, we just focus on developing ourselves. The thunder light purple striped tiger guys are a little too arrogant. The blue-eyed thunder wolf was about to say something, but his pupils suddenly shrank. What is that? The hair of the hurricane wolf also exploded in an instant. So many puppets. They saw tens of thousands of undead armies, like a dark cloud, rushing over. The blue-eyed thunder wolf and the hurricane wolf took off at the same time, shouting at the undead army, who are you? This is my demon clan's territory, get out of here. In their eyes, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating these puppets. Although there are many puppets, they are all in the realm of the heavenly venerable, and they don't take them seriously. The undead army stopped, and one person stood on the skeleton dragon and flew out slowly. I am the commander of the 89th Army of the Dragon Riders under the seat of the Lord of the Undead. I will give you 10 seconds to retreat immediately, otherwise I will wipe you out immediately. Leader number 89 spoke in a heavy tone, with a strong killing intent. Blue-eyed thunder wolf and hurricane wolf looked at each other. They were shocked by what number 89 said. Lord of the Undead, Dragon Riders, 89th Army. So, there are at least 88 such puppet armies. Together, this is also an extremely powerful force. But no matter how strong it is only a heavenly lord. Blue-eyed thunder wolf was not willing to be outdone, and snorted coldly, go back and tell that damn Lord of the Undead that this is our demon clan's territory, don't come to provoke us, he can't afford it. Number 89 was furious, how dare you insult my lord, kill. He waved his sword and pointed it at the blue-eyed thunder wolf, bone battle formation, the whole army attacks. A rule world emerged, and in an instant, the space was distorted, and countless dragon cavalry legions rushed out of the rule world. Blue-eyed thunder wolf dared to insult Lin Moyu. This is an absolutely unforgivable crime. 89th Army, millions of dragon riders attacked at the same time. A cloud of black clouds instantly turned into hundreds of clouds. The white bone battle formation was formed, and the white bone law was as vast as the sea, turning the surroundings into a sea of white sound. Blue-eyed thunder wolf and hurricane wolf's faces changed drastically at the same time. They could never imagine how there would be so many puppets. Death charge. At the command of the Legion commander, the Dragon Rider Corps, led by the captains, turned into sharp knives and rushed towards Blue-eyed thunder wolf and hurricane wolf. Although the two were frightened, they were not afraid. No matter how strong the Heavenly Venerable was, he was only the Heavenly Venerable. Looking for death. The two attacked at the same time, and in an instant, thunder fell all over the sky, and the white bone battle axes that rushed to the front was smashed to pieces by thunder. Immediately afterwards, the wind howled, and another white bone battle formation was blown away. The wind was like a knife, slashing the members of the Dragon Rider Corps to pieces. The gap between the Heavenly Venerable and the Tao Venerable was too big to be confronted. However, the Legion commander did not retreat at all, and continued to command the rest of the battle formation to continue the attack. The Dragon Riders who were killed were resurrected by the undead spirits and reorganized into a battle formation. The battle in the sky immediately attracted all the Demon Clan members in the city. In an instant, a large number of Demon Clan members rose into the air and joined the battle group. A ray of light shot from afar, and the Star Arrow Lich used the great wave of arrows to descend from the sky. Before the Blue-eyed Thunder Wolf could react, the Star Arrow Lich had already pierced it. The Star Arrow Lich drilled down from the top of the Blue-eyed Thunder Wolf's head and pierced through its chest, and screams came from the Blue-eyed Thunder Wolf's mouth. With just one arrow, he was seriously injured. The hurricane wolf was shocked, and the great wave of wind emerged, turning into a hurricane to protect himself and the blue-eyed thunder wolf. The white bone battle formation passed them and rushed into the city. For a while, screams continued. The hurricane wolf's face changed drastically, and a large number of his people were killed and wounded in the instant of the fight. "Stop!" he roared, and was about to go to support, when the scream of the blue-eyed thunder wolf suddenly rang in his ears. "Heart!" A huge sword slashed across the sky, and the sword flashed, and the two died on the spot. The figure of the giant sword Taoist appeared in the air for a moment, and killed the two with a sword, and then went away. Without them, the demons in the city had no resistance, and were slaughtered by the undead army in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu didn't care about the sweeping war. He believed that the army leaders could execute their orders well. If everything had to be done personally, it would be unnecessary to open their spiritual wisdom. The transformation of the skeleton hell was still continuing, and Lin Moyu turned around and called Xiao San out. "Master, what do you want?" Since Lin Moyu helped it avenge its bloodline death, Xiao San has become very obedient. Lin Moyu pointed east, and it would never go west. Lin Moyu said, "Explore the original spiritual veins here and draw a complete trend chart." Lin Moyu threw a jade tablet to him to record the drawing. Xiao San nodded and said, "Master, rest assured, I will complete the task." It swooshed into the earth to draw the trend chart of the origin spirit vein. This is its talent, which makes it better than anyone else to do this job. When the trend chart is drawn, the Emperor can combine the trend chart to carry out the layout and construction. Establishing power can be complicated or simple, and the scale can be large or small. Since Lin Moyu has done it, he must do his best and will not be careless. The undead army is responsible for annihilating the spirit beasts here, as well as all foreign things. For Lin Moyu, as long as they are not his own people, they are all foreign things. The undead army does not kill randomly. If the spirit beast escapes, the undead army will not chase and kill it. While sweeping, the undead army also records the terrain, which is also Lin Moyu's order, which will be useful in the future. Lin Moyu's behavior is equivalent to swearing sovereignty here, and it is extremely powerful. The city of the blue-eyed thunder wolf was razed to the ground, and no one survived. Dealing with them is different from dealing with spirit beasts. A group of spirit beasts can be let go, and they can even come back later. They are just temporarily driven away, not killed. The existence of the demon race must be killed, and they must not be allowed to spread the news. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles later. Lin Moyu does not want to confront the demon race head-on for the time being. He is not afraid, but it will be very troublesome. Xiao San quickly drew the trend of the origin spirit vein, and made the direction and range of the origin spirit vein clear. Lin Moyu can use the situation of the origin spirit vein to arrange the formation and defend. This is a systematic and large project, and there are many things to consider. It is impossible to complete it in one fell swoop. If Lin Moyu does it alone, it may take a long time to really finish it. Fortunately, Lin Moyu is not alone. Everyone has a clear division of labor. After all the data is collected, Yin Huang will arrange it. Several old-fashioned supremes in the rule world are very experienced in this, and Lin Moyu can safely hand it over to them. After 2 full days, the transformation of the skeleton hell finally came to an end. The skeleton hell has completely digested the fragments of hell, and it has also turned from illusion to reality. Lin Moyu stared at the transformed skeleton hell, and the first thing he felt was the breath of the skeleton hell. No matter how strong the skeleton hell was before, it lacked a sense of reality. And now the skeleton hell gives Lin Moyu a strong sense of reality. The skeleton hell seems to be evolving towards a real existence. The gate of hell emerged, more exquisite and magnificent than before, revealing vastness and full of the breath of time. The most important thing is the sense of reality. The sense of reality of the gate of hell is much stronger than before. A red light lit up under the gate of hell, and then a majestic magma waterfall rolled down, turning into a magma river. The magma waterfall continued to increase, and more magma rolled down, and the river also became a big river, and the big river divided into countless tributaries. In the blink of an eye, the back magma had covered most of the skeleton hell. The previous hellfire river turned into a more powerful and hot magma fire river. The flames continued to burn, and they never went out all year round. One by one, the hell evil spirits emerged from the magma. The hell evil spirits also changed their appearance and became stronger, already in the realm of heavenly Daozuan. They had an extra flame armor on their bodies, which looked more ferocious and terrifying. While becoming stronger, the number decreased accordingly. The number dropped sharply from 10 million to 1 million, and only 1/10 of the combat power was left, but it was stronger than before. The thought of millions of Daozuan realm hell evil spirits makes people shudder. Lin Moyu carefully sensed it and said to himself, although it is Daozuan realm, it is much weaker than ordinary Daozuan, and can only be barely regarded as Daozuan realm. The Daozuan realm hell evil spirits have no Dao patterns on their bodies. Without Dao patterns, it is difficult to activate the power of the great Dao. In fact, the hell evil spirits do not have any power of the great Dao. They are only scary because of their attribute of eating everything. In this state, it is no problem to deal with the strong men of Daozuan realm 1 or 2. If it is Daozuan realm 3, there will be trouble. If it is a Daozuan realm 4 who has evolved the true body of the great Dao, I am afraid that he will not be able to cope with it, and the opponent can easily escape. The range of the skeleton hell is limited. If the opponent escapes, there will be no way. Lin Moyu knew very well that the skeleton hell was still not truly complete. When it was truly complete, it would surely scare the world strong. The transformation of the skeleton hell was not yet completely over. 10 boiling fireballs appeared in the air, and the fireballs continued to spray flames to the earth, shining with the fire river. Above the fireballs, the Eye of Hell emerged, and it slowly opened, just like a high king, looking down at the entire skeleton hell from a high position. Groups of black air spewed out from the Eye of Hell, and countless red spider lilies grew on both sides of the fire river. The red spider lilies bloomed one after another, scattering strange purple brilliance. Lin Moyu found that these red spider lilies became more and more real, and their influence was even greater, enough to affect Daozuan. Then his pupils shrank suddenly. Below the gate of hell, beside the magma waterfall, a black shadow emerged. This black shadow was like a bottomless black vortex, and after it appeared, it began to rotate. An invisible suction force was generated, and part of the magma waterfall next to it was immediately sucked away by it. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much magma was sucked away, it could not be filled. It was so dark that it could even swallow light. The Netherworld Black Pool. If it can swallow some more fragments of hell, I'm afraid the evolution of the skeleton hell will be more complete. Lin Moyu murmured to himself. He took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the skeleton hell would even evolve into the Netherworld Black Pool. The Netherworld Black Pool is one of the biggest changes in this transformation. Although it has no effect now, it is only a prototype. However, Lin Moyu believes that as the skeleton hell becomes stronger, the Netherworld Black Pool will inevitably change accordingly. The real Netherworld Black Pool, with only a little Netherworld black water, can create the Netherworld clan, which shows how powerful it is. The transformation of the skeleton hell was finally completed, and the coverage area is still 1,000 kilometers, which is not too big, but definitely not small. The number of evil spirits in hell is only 1/10, and the realm has become the Daozuan realm. The fire river has changed, and there is a dark pool. Lin Moyu checked the magic data of the skeleton hell and found that he could not check the data. The skeleton hell has undergone some wonderful changes in the transformation. There is no more data to display, and everything depends on your own experience. Okay, anyway, as long as it is still my magic, it will be fine. I think it can be regarded as the realm of Taoism. Let's see if it works this time. Lin Moyu took out a 7th level fine origin crystal and threw it to the skeleton hell, intending to feed it with the origin crystal. But it spit out the origin crystal again, and it did not accept it. At the same time, the skeleton hell shook. As it shook, a large amount of source power surged from the ground and was absorbed by it. After just a little absorption, the source spirit vein seemed to be a little weaker. Lin Moyu then realized that the skeleton hell did not want source crystals, but source spirit veins. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while, and another big eater came. And he was a very picky eater who wanted to eat directly from the source spirit veins. Forget it, I will help you find 10 source veins when I have the chance in the future. But you can't eat this one now, I have a use for it. Lin Moyu waved his hand and put the skeleton hell away. Just when the nether black pool appeared, a mysterious place. A huge black statue suddenly shook, and bursts of red light beams emerged. A person sat under the statue and raised his head suddenly. The nether black pool reappeared. The nether god lord ordered, "Xia Hui nether black pool." The order spread throughout the clan, and the nether clan, which had been silent for countless years, woke up at this moment. The area of 100,000 li was flattened, most of the spirit beasts were driven away, and not many were actually killed. The spirit beasts driven away were all spirit beasts above the supreme realm. The spirit beasts below the supreme realm trembled under the pressure of the undead legion and did not dare to resist at all. The undead legion did not kill them. Sweep here and kill them all. Xiao San has completed the exploration of the terrain of the origin spirit vein within 1,000 kilometers nearby and formed a complete trend map. As for the farther places, the trend of the origin spirit vein becomes more complicated and there are more and more branches. It takes a lot of time to explore, and it may not be enough for several years. At present, the range of 1,000 kilometers is enough. The remaining spirit vein trend does not necessarily need to be explored by Xiao San. Xiao San returned the jade card recording the trend map to Lin Moyu, and said, "Master, this origin spirit vein has reached the peak of the 6th level. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, it can be sublimated to the 7th level. The 7th order origin spirit vein is much stronger than the 6th order origin spirit vein. If there is a 7th order origin spirit vein to support, cultivation will be much faster." Lin Moyu had already made some preparations before and prepared some materials for spirit vein sublimation. But according to Xiao San, it is still not enough. If you want to sublimate the spirit vein, there is one most important thing, which is 380 a relatively weak origin spirit vein. The strong origin spirit vein can devour the weak origin spirit vein and sublimate. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of the 2 origin spirit beasts that had been eating and drinking for a long time in his own rule world. The 2 spirit beard insect beasts have eaten a lot of origin crystals during this period, and the level of the origin crystals they have eaten is not low, and they will have to pay something at that time. Lin Moyu threw out the 2 spirit beard insect beasts, and also released the insect mother. One thing overcomes another. With the insect mother, the 2 spirit beard insect beasts became very honest and dared not move. Xiao San looked at the spirit beard insect beasts, then at the insect mother, and finally at Lin Moyu. The mouse blinked his squinting eyes. "Master, are you a treasure chest?" Lin Moyu knew what it meant. "By chance, I got these 2 guys." Xiao San was puzzled. The insect mother was also obtained by the master? Lin Moyu laughed. It was indeed a coincidence. Well, Xiao San was speechless. Coincidence was too much. Lin Moyu said, "These 2 guys have been eating and drinking for free for a long time. I think they can almost get the origin of the spiritual vein. You are all spiritual beasts. You communicate with them and see when you can get it done." Xiao San patted his chest and guaranteed, "No problem, leave it to the kid." With a whoosh, Xiao San jumped in front of the spiritual beard insect beast. They are all spiritual beasts, and Xiao San is a spiritual beast of the 3rd realm of Dao Zun, who can easily suppress the origin of the spiritual beast from the realm. Xiao San put his claws on his waist, moved his mouth slightly, and made a cry that Lin Moyu couldn't understand at all. Lin Moyu knew that this should be the language between spiritual beasts. If the spirit beasts were enlightened, they could speak human language to communicate. Unfortunately, the two spirit-beard insect beasts were at a very high level, higher than ordinary spirit beasts, even higher than Xiao San. The world is fair, and it is difficult for them to open their spiritual intelligence. Fortunately, Xiao San can communicate with them in spirit beast language, which saves a lot of trouble. After a short exchange, Xiao San reported to Lin Moyu very proudly, reporting to the master, "I have asked clearly. They have reached the critical point now and can start transformation at any time. It's just that they have been missing something, so they have not been promoted yet." Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me clearly, what is missing?" Xiao San said, "It depends on what level of origin spiritual vein the master needs. For example, this big guy is already a high-level Tianzuan, and it will be a Daozuan if it is promoted. When it is promoted, it can breed an origin spiritual vein, and the level of this origin spiritual vein will be different. For example, if the master uses the 7th level origin crystal to promote it, it can breed a 5th level lower quality origin spiritual vein. If you use the 7th grade fine origin crystal, it will breed a 5th grade upper grade origin spirit vein. If you use the 7th grade world-class origin crystal, it will have the opportunity to breed a 6th grade lower grade origin spirit vein." Xiao San explained it in detail. In short, this Som Mo's Lishu insect beast needs to use the 7th grade origin crystal to upgrade. The level of the origin crystal is different, and the level of the spirit veins bred is also different, ranging from the 5th grade lower grade to the 6th grade lower grade. The small Lingshu insect beast is only a low-level Tianzuan, and it can be promoted to a middle-level Tianzuan this time. When promoted, it can breed a 3rd grade origin spirit vein, but it also needs a 7th grade origin crystal to be promoted. They eat the same, but they breed different things, which is related to their own realm. Lin Moyu knew that if other forces got these two Lingshu insect beasts, they would definitely try their best to meet the other party's promotion conditions and breed origin spirit veins. This is a very profitable business, and it will never lose money. Lin Moyu was very curious. If he gave them the 8th level origin crystals to eat, could they breed higher quality origin spirit veins? Xiao San asked, and the answers surprised Lin Moyu. The 8th level origin crystals were too high level, and they couldn't digest them. They had to wait until they reached the 4th level of Dao Zone before they could digest the 8th level origin crystals. Xiao San whispered, "Master, in fact, there is no need to let the insect mother watch them now. Even if you drive them away now, they won't leave." Lin Moyu felt a little strange. "Why?" Xiao San said, "They said that they have good food and drink here. They always have origin crystals to eat, and they don't have to do anything. They live very well." Lin Moyu was even more surprised. Giving them origin crystals is to let them breed origin spirit veins. How can they not do anything? Xiao San said, "They said that it is their nature to breed origin spirit veins, and they were supposed to breed them." Lin Moyu was a little amused. He actually raised two guys who ate and drank for free. No wonder they were so honest. Lin Moyu threw out 107th level exquisite origin crystals without any care, eat it, and quickly breed the origin spirit vein. The two spirit beard insect beasts immediately ate it up, like chickens pecking at rice, slowly eating up the origin crystals. Their aura was rapidly increasing. They had already reached the critical point of promotion and breakthrough. Now with the 7th level origin crystals, they easily took the last step. Xiao San said with envy, "I really envy the origin spirit beasts. As long as they eat enough, they can naturally be promoted without any bottleneck." Lin Moyu said, "The world is fair. There are good and bad things. It is very difficult for the origin spirit beasts to open the spirit beasts." Xiao San nodded and said, "Indeed, and they can only eat origin crystals, unlike me, who can eat all kinds of delicacies." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Your idea is good. Only with spiritual intelligence can you be a complete life, and you will not be muddle-headed." He told Xiao San to look at the spirit beard insect beasts, and Moyu began to refine the origin spirit veins. The 6th level origin spiritual vein is in an ownerless state. Before, Qingshan Qingyuan's physical body evolved into a secret realm, and the hell fragments polluted the origin spiritual vein, resulting in this origin spiritual vein not being discovered. Until now, Lin Moyu can refine it. Refining the origin spiritual vein is not a one-day or one-night job. It takes a long time, and it is normal for a strong person to refine it for thousands or tens of thousands of years. The origin spiritual vein is not a magic weapon, and its scope is extremely wide, and it can be as short as thousands or tens of thousands of miles. For example, the 8th level spiritual vein of Hansui Saint has spread to more than tens of millions of miles. The strong people in Hansui Holy Land cannot completely refine it, but can only refine part of it. The stronger the origin spiritual vein, the longer it takes to refine it. Lin Moyu does not pursue refining all of it. It only needs to refine a little bit of the core of the origin spiritual vein, and the rest can be refined slowly in the future. According to the topographic map drawn by Xiaosan, Lin Moyu easily found the core of the origin spiritual vein, and the soul power drilled directly into it. The origin spiritual vein is tangled, and it is not easy to find the core. If it weren't for Xiaosan, it would take at least a year and a half to find the core of the origin spiritual vein. But now, in just 2 days, it is impossible to accurately lock the core. The origin spiritual vein vibrated, as if it was resisting Lin Moyu's soul power. Although the origin spiritual vein is unconscious, it has instincts, and its instincts will resist the power that wants to occupy it. Lin Moyu was mentally prepared for this, and his soul power surged out like a sharp knife, piercing the core of the origin spiritual vein. After struggling uselessly for a while, the origin spiritual vein was finally marked by Lin Moyu, and the resistance became weaker and weaker. The first step of refining was completed so easily, and the next step was to fill every corner of the core of the origin spiritual vein with soul power. The core of the origin spiritual vein is a huge area, not a small point, and requires extremely powerful soul power. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's soul power is endless. As long as the amount used is controlled, there is no need to worry about the problem of running out of soul power. His refining speed is much faster than others. Even some Dao Zun, the refining speed is not as fast as his. In just over 10 days, Lin Moyu completed the refining of the origin spirit vein. The main body of the origin spirit vein is firmly in his hands, and the rest is just a matter of time. You have to follow the trend of the origin spirit vein and use your soul power to travel through every corner and every branch of the origin spirit vein. The stronger the origin spirit vein, the wider the range it occupies and the more branches it has. After a very long distance, the soul power will be greatly weakened, which is the key to making it difficult to completely refine the high-level origin spirit vein. Lin Moyu returned to the ground and saw that the 2 spirit beard insect beasts had shrunk and were undergoing promotion and transformation. More than half of the 107th level exquisite origin crystals left before had been eaten. This way of eating, Tong surely really can't afford it. Ordinary forces have a hard time taking out a 7th level exquisite origin crystal, let alone dozens of them. They simply don't have the ability to promote the spirit beard insect beasts, and even if they get it, it's a waste of natural resources. Only for someone like Lin Moyu, who is open to eating the origin crystal, the ball is the best destination for the origin spirit beast. The aura of the 2 spirit whisker insect beasts is getting stronger and stronger, and it is about to reach its limit. Half a day later, accompanied by a slight sound, the small spirit whisker early beast was the first to complete the transformation. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, spreading its spirit whiskers in the air, wantonly flaunting. It successfully promoted from a low-level Tianzuan to a mid-level Tianzuan. After it was promoted, a shell was left on the ground, which was the shell it shed after being promoted. The shell softened in an instant, and then turned into a ball of light. Xiaosan said, "This is the origin spirit vein. As long as it is planted in the right place, it will not take much time for it to grow into a huge origin spirit vein. If the master wants, you can also feed it to other origin spirit veins, which also saves me the step of refining it again." The shell shed by the insect bearded spirit beast is the origin spirit vein they gave birth to. This scene is rare, and most practitioners will never see it. Lin Moyu only knew that the spirit-bearded insect beast can give birth to the origin spirit vein, but he didn't expect it to be this way. Feeling the origin spirit vein in his hand, this is a third-level upper-grade origin spirit vein. It has not yet fully unfolded, and you can feel the origin power contained in it. So, as long as I can keep them promoted, I can keep harvesting the origin spirit veins? Xiao San said, it shouldn't be possible. They also have limits. After a certain number of breeding, they will fall into nirvana. It takes a long, long time to fall into nirvana, often millions of years, and then wake up and start over again. But there are exceptions. A long, long time ago, there was an origin spirit beast that broke through the 9th level of Dao Zun and then disappeared. But when it disappeared, it left behind a 9th level origin spirit vein, but later, that origin spirit vein also disappeared. What Xiao San said was all about blood inheritance. It was not false, but it was hard to say whether it was exaggerated or not. Lin Moyu collected the origin spirit vein in his hand and did not immediately swallow it for his 6th level origin spirit vein. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3rd level origin spirit vein is still too weak. It is not long before this big spirit beard insect beast completes its transformation. The origin spirit vein it breeds can reach the 5th level upper grade, which is enough for his own origin spirit vein to be promoted to the 7th level. As for this one in hand, it can be given to the skeleton hell or the world tree. Anyway, it is very useful. Suddenly, the sound of wild laughter from the sun sounded from a distant place. Lin Moyu looked up, and the eye of the undead moved, and saw a tiny soul flame. The soul flame is more than 100,000 kilometers away from here, but it is rapidly enlarging. The opponent is very fast and approaching quickly. Without Lin Moyu's command, the 71st Dragon Rider Corps on the periphery has already taken action. No matter how strong the opponent is, anyone who dares to intrude will be attacked by them. The Dragon Cavalry Corps formed a white bone battle formation, and the white bone log gathered into a C. Death charge. At the command of the Corps commander, the white bone battle formation instantly charged and crashed into the opponent. Where did you get the rubbish? Get out of here. With a roar, the opponent smashed the white bone battle formations one by one, directly broke through the defense line of the Dragon Cavalry Corps, and drove straight in. The soul flame continued to grow. Lin Moyu distinguished from the soul flame that the opponent was a strong man in the 4th realm of Dao Zun. It stood on a delicate warship, charging forward, ignoring the undead army as if it were nothing. This warship was a Dao Zun realm magic weapon, emitting dazzling light all over its body and was very powerful. The undead army couldn't even get close, the warship alone had blocked the undead army outside. The army commander controlled the dragon riders to surround the warship, using the advantage of numbers to block it. There are quite a few, but no matter how many there are, they are still garbage. Get out of here. With a roar, a road appeared in the air. Yellow sand rolled in the road, and in an instant, yellow sand also rolled between heaven and earth. The yellow sand in the road turned into an endless storm, blowing away all the dragon riders. With a wild laugh, he rushed to Lin Moyu, only about square meters away from Lin Moyu. He stared at the Lingshu insect beast. It's actually the origin spirit beast. I'm really lucky. Then he looked around, ignoring Lin Moyu, who was only a mid-level Tianzuan, and his eyes shrank suddenly. Original spirit vein, Tian swallowing rat, and another origin spirit vein. This is not good luck. This is overwhelming wealth. I'm going to be rich, completely rich. Lin Moyu snorted coldly. I'm afraid you won't be alive to receive the overwhelming wealth. 2 original spirit beasts, a swallowing rat, and an original spirit vein. Such wealth far exceeds ordinary 5-star forces. Even ordinary 6-star forces are inferior. If this kind of wealth is pressed on a person, that person is not lucky enough. It is probably not wealth, but a fatal disaster. When the Daozuan 4-level strongman who came heard Lin Moyu's words, he was stunned for a second and suddenly laughed. Little guy, do you know what you are talking about? Who is the person in charge here? Let him come out and talk to me. In his eyes, these things cannot belong to a mere Tianzuan like Lin Moyu. It is estimated that there must be a Daozuan behind him. Before he takes action, he must see the other party's strength. It can be seen that he is still a little cautious. Lin Moyu chuckled, I am the person in charge here. Since you are a senior of the 777 human race, leave quickly, otherwise you may die. Hearing Lin Moyu's irresponsible words, the other party sneered, Junior, do you know who you are talking to? Do you know what my status is? You are just a little Tianzuan. You don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Lin Moyu looked at the other party and saw that there was a special mark on the other party's warship. He recognized this mark and had seen it in the information before. The mark was like 3 petals spreading out, representing the 3 attributes of wind, water, and fire. This is a unique mark of the 3-spirit sect. Lin Moyu said loudly, so it's the Taoist master of Sanling sect. The Taoist master of Sanling sect smiled and said, you are quite knowledgeable. I am the Taoist master of Sanling sect, Taofeng. Hurry up and call out your elders. Lin Moyu said, I've said that I am the person in charge here. Everything you see belongs to me. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Xiao San jumped onto Lin Moyu's shoulder, staring at the Taoist master of Taofeng with a pair of big eyes, and whispered, Master, this old guy seems to be doing something wrong to you. Lin Moyu was amused, you used the wrong words. What do you mean by doing something wrong to me? He is obviously doing something wrong to you. Xiao San said, I see. Anyway, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Lin Moyu smiled, there are many Taoist masters in the world, but there are very few Taoist masters who can be called good people. Dao Zun cannot be cultivated by practicing. They basically crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could they be good people? Some Dao Zun suddenly changed some habits after becoming Dao Zun and stopped fighting. But the fighting nature has been formed long ago, and there are almost no people who are kind to them. Lin Moyu and Xiao San's conversation as if no one was around made Dao Zun Taofeng a little embarrassed. In his eyes, one man and one mouse did not take him seriously at all. From the increasing rise and fall of his chest, it can be seen that his anger has risen. Dao Zun Taofeng glared at him, and then took out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a pagoda. The pagoda rose from his hand and went straight into the sky with a whoosh. A strange breath fell from the sky, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. A breeze that was everywhere suddenly appeared in an area of tens of thousands of miles, quickly sweeping every corner. Lin Moyu had guessed what Dao Zun Taofeng was doing, and said to himself, really cautious. Xiao San asked curiously, Master, what is this guy doing? Lin Moyu said, that should be a detection magic weapon that can detect whether there are any hidden strongmen here. Taofeng Daozuan suddenly laughed out loud. It turns out that there are really no strongmen, little guy. I didn't expect your luck to be so good that you can get so many treasures. I would like to ask you how you deserve to have so many good things. It seems that these treasures are prepared for me, and you are just a wedding dress. Little guy, do you know that everyone has their own destiny? Your destiny is not strong enough, and you are not worthy of these things. Even if you get them, you will eventually lose them, and even lose your life. Lin Moyu smiled, you mean, so I met you. Daozuan Taofeng laughed, that's right, so you met me, and today all these treasures will belong to me. Hand over all the things obediently, and I may consider letting you go. Although he said so, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Obviously, he would not let me go. He said so just because he was afraid that he would perish with both jade and stone. Lin Moyu suddenly sighed, you must not have calculated your destiny when you went out today. Daozuan Taofeng was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Lin Moyu said, you must not have calculated that there would be a bloody disaster today. Daozuan Taofeng has decided to kill him, so Lin Moyu has nothing to be polite about. It is impossible for him to let him go just because he is the Daozuan of Sanling sect. In this way, there will be endless troubles behind. Before Dao Zuantafeng made a move, Lin Moyu took the initiative. With a flick of his finger, the space suddenly twisted, skeleton hell. Just as the skeleton hell had completed its transformation and became something that he hardly recognized, Dao Zuantafeng arrived at this time, and naturally became the best test subject. Dao Zuantafeng's vision blurred instantly, and then a red light lit up in front of his eyes. The world changed, and he was already trapped in the skeleton hell. A gate of hell loomed in the distance, and a magma waterfall gushed out, turning into a river of fire. Dao Zuantafeng's face changed drastically. What the hell is this place? Having never seen the skeleton hell, Dao Zuantafeng was a little panicked for a while. He saw the gate of hell and blurted out again, "The gate of hell, how is it possible?" As a Daozuan, especially a Daozuan of the Three Spirits sect, he would naturally have the knowledge he should have. It's not surprising to recognize the gate of hell at a glance, but the more so, the more unbelievable it is. How could the gate of hell appear here? In the sky, the eye of hell slowly opened and looked at Dao Zuantafeng. Boom! Dao Zuantafeng's soul trembled violently, and his soul was impacted, and his eyes suddenly went black. Although the soul impact of the eye of hell could not hurt Dao Zuantafeng, it had already caused some impact on him. Under the soul impact of 4.9, Dao Zuantafeng instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness, and even the treasure light of the warship under his feet became dim at this moment. At the same time, the magma of the fire river rushed up to the sky, and the magma turned into a giant hand, grabbing Dao Zuantafeng's warship and dragging it directly into the fire river. The red spider lily was also swaying at the same time, and the purple light fell. Dao Zuantafeng's breath dropped sharply, at least by 40%. All attacks were completed in an instant. Lin Moyu was stunned. They can actually cooperate. Dao Zuantafeng finally woke up, and seeing that the warship was about to fall into the magma, he roared. The treasure light was shining, the warship struggled wildly, and countless cracks appeared in the magma hand, and it was about to break. The hellish spirits wearing flame armor flew out and surrounded the warship densely. They opened their mouths wide and swallowed the precious light of the warship. The power of the warship was quickly weakened, and it fell into the magma again. The red spider lily seriously weakened the power of the warship, and coupled with the crazy devouring of the hellish evil spirit, the warship became even weaker. This magic weapon of the Daozuan realm has now fallen below the Daozuan realm in power. Dao Zuantafeng looked extremely ugly. He tried to take back the warship several times, but to no avail. Finally, when the warship was about to fall into the magma fire river, he decisively abandoned the warship and soared into the sky. Boom! More magma from the fire river rushed out, turning into big hands, covering the sky and the earth. Dao Zuantafeng roared and took out a strange sword with a sun handle in his hand. The sword's blade was spiral-shaped, and a slight shake immediately blew up a powerful whirlwind. The whirlwind quickly grew larger, whistling and tearing the magma hand into pieces. Countless hellish evil spirits rushed out of the magma hand. They were wearing flame armor and exuding the breath of the Daozuan realm, and they rushed towards Dao Zuantafeng. Dao Zuantafeng waved his sword, and a large number of whirlwinds immediately rolled up the hellish evil spirits. The flame armor on the body of the hell demon was torn to pieces by the whistling whirlwind. Without the flame armor, the hell demon revealed its terrifying true form, interrupting the whirlwind like a fierce ghost, and biting the whirlwind one by one, madly. They swallowed everything, even the power of the avenue in the whirlwind. Biting 14 bite by bite, the power of the whirlwind weakened sharply. Although they would be torn into pieces by the whirlwind, they could always bite a few times before being torn into pieces. The most terrifying thing is that the hell demon is not afraid of death at all. After death, they can be resurrected in the river-destroying magma soon. They are in succession, and their number is almost endless. The face of the Taoist master of stepping wind changed drastically. In just a blink of an eye, his whirlwind was weakened by half. More hell demons rushed over. As far as the eye could see, the hell demons were like an ocean, and there was no end to them. How can there be so many? The face of the Taoist master of Stepping Wind changed drastically, and he waved the sword again, swinging more whirlwinds. Although the whirlwind was strong and there were many of them, it could not withstand the countless evil spirits of hell. No, we must get out of here. Taoist Master Treading Wind's eyes turned cold and he roared, "Explode!" The whirlwind exploded on the spot, evolving into a world of wind. The wind howled, and the evil spirits of hell were blown away and fell to the ground. Taoist Master Treading Wind took the opportunity to soar into the sky. 10 fireballs in the air suddenly shook, and countless flames fell from the sky like meteors, blasting Taoist Master Treading Wind back again. Taoist Master Treading Wind's eyes were gloomy, and he took out another magic weapon. This magic weapon was a cloak. When he put it on, a whistling wind suddenly rolled out around him. The wind was like a sharp blade, blowing away all the evil spirits of hell that surrounded him, forming an open area. Lin Moyu saw it and was very satisfied with the transformed skeleton hell. The skeleton hell was strong enough to force a Taoist master of the fourth realm to this point. If it were a cultivator at the third level of Dao Zun, it would be difficult to break through and would eventually be worn out. He glanced at the slowly rotating black gas under the gate of hell. The netherworld black pool has not yet revealed its power. If it goes further, I am afraid that the strong men at the fourth level of Dao Zun will also be strangled by the skeleton hell. Dao Zun Tafeng took a deep breath and stared at Lin Moyu. "I really underestimated you, but your magic is far from enough to kill me." As he spoke, a green road appeared around Dao Zun Tafeng. His road belongs to wind, named the Road of Wind. It is unknown which branch of the Road of Wind it is. The main practice of Sanling sect is the Road of Fire, Water, and Wind, and Dao Zun Tafeng mainly practices the Road of Wind. The true body of the road. Dao Zun Treading Wind roared and used the signature ability of Dao Zun's fourth realm. The biggest difference between the third realm and the fourth realm is the Dao True Body. Once the Dao True Body is used, part of the power of the Dao can be mobilized, and every move has great power. Lin Moyu saw the Dao patterns emerging on Dao Zun Treading Wind, and the power of the Dao merged with the Dao patterns. At this moment, he seemed to be the incarnation of the heavenly Dao. Dao Zun Treading Wind turned into a Dao giant, and the Dao giant grew wildly and quickly reached 1,000 meters in size. The Dao giant was covered in green wind, and with a wave of his hand, the gust of wind was like a knife in an instant, and the entire skeleton hell was cut into pieces, but it did not completely collapse like before. As the space twisted, the skeleton hell disappeared. Lin Moyu sensed that the skeleton hell had returned to its own rule world and was recovering rapidly. According to the current recovery speed, it will be usable again in less than 10 minutes. This is the second change brought about by the metamorphosis. The faster recovery speed is actually a disguised enhancement of combat power. After destroying the skeleton hell, the giant transformed by Dao Zun Treading Wind showed a sinister smile. "Boy, let's see what else you can do." Lin Moyu responded with a chuckle and casually snapped his fingers. The space around him twisted, and Dao Zun Giant's sword appeared beside him. Dao Zun Treading Wind felt the breath of Dao Zun Giant's sword, and his face suddenly changed. Dao Zun 6 realms. Lin Moyu nodded gently. "Good vision." Dao Zun Treading Wind suddenly spread a pair of green wings behind him, and turned around on the spot and flew away. At this moment, he didn't dare to look back, just wanted to escape. The great Dao of Wind gave him amazing speed. Regardless of the cost, he traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Dao Zun Giant's sword's body emerged, and the majestic sword energy was stimulated. He also summoned the true body of the great Dao and turned into a giant sword. The giant sword flew out with a whoosh, and the space was broken wherever it passed, and it caught up with Dao Zun Treading Wind in just a moment. A terrifying sword appeared in the sky. The power of the giant sword Dao Zun swept tens of thousands of miles at this moment, and the whole world was shaking. Lin Moyu marveled at the fighting power of the giant sword Dao Zun. If he had not sealed himself for many years, he could only sublimate in a short time. And his opponent was the more powerful Gu Hanyu. I am afraid it would be difficult for him to stop him. At least the second Tao Immortal Pill was 857 at that time, which would affect the destruction of the Hell Fragments this time. Everything is so strange, one link after another, and it is difficult to figure out. After a while, the giant sword Dao Zun returned, and behind him, an invisible force pulled two objects. A corpse and a head. The wind-walking Dao Zun was dead, his head and body were separated, and his soul was annihilated. But this was not a problem for Lin Moyu. A ball of immortal flame popped out and fell on the wind-walking Dao Zun. The body of the wind-walking Dao Zun was quickly reborn, and the head automatically flew to the corpse, and the flesh and blood grew and reconnected. The soul breath was reborn in the body, and the Taoist master treading wind, who had just died, was resurrected in the blink of an eye. He knelt in front of Lin Moyu with piety, nodded his head to the ground, and said respectfully, "Master." Lin Moyu waved his hand, "Hand over all the property on your body, and then go to the front to guard. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, sir." Taoist Master Treading Wind immediately accepted the order, handed over all his savings to Lin Moyu, and then flew back to where he came from, guarding here with the Dragon Riders. Taoist Master Giant Sword and Zhao Dongxing were too eye-catching, and there was a Taoist Master Treading Wind guarding, not too much, not too little, just right. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a beam of light rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. The breath of the Taoist Master Realm spread in the air, and the big spiritual beard insect beast finally completed its transformation and was promoted to Taoist Master. The body left after the transformation appeared on the ground, and it was gradually evolving into the original spiritual vein.